Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today on Right Side Broadcasting. We apologize for the late start. We did have to get through security. They were running a little bit behind, but now International Airport, where President Trump is scheduled to deliver remarks to a crowd of his supporters at 6 p.m. Central. And today we are also joined by a special guest by the name of Bricksuit, or Blake. Blake, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Blake, but most people just know me as Bricksuit, and it's been a really strange journey from being someone who didn't even vote for the president in 2016, which I'll explain later, to somebody who's up here on the stage hosting a guest hosting interview for RSBN, hosting the rally. It's going to be different to be on this side. I've been on that side quite a few times, and this is giving me a whole new set of butterflies. I'm looking optimistic here. I think I'll be fine.
I think you'll be fine. And not only that, I think today is the day that President Trump gives us a shout out, because how can you not notice this suit? I mean, I was hoping to get noticed by the hat, but we got the hat and the suit. So this is a great dynamic duo we got for you guys here today. Now, one thing I want to do is tell you guys about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts, most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid the destruction of America or fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company loves America, by a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972-PATRIOT. So today is a windy day in Des Moines, Iowa. I mean, really windy. I mean, we'll be lucky to keep our hats on. I think we got them strapped on tight enough. But weather conditions are fair otherwise, and we're expecting a pretty big crowd, a big turnout here in Des Moines, as this is President Trump's only his third speech or his remarks, his MAGA rallies, since he tested positive for COVID-19. Iowa is a battleground state, so President Trump is making the rounds. As you know, he won Iowa. As you know, he won Iowa in 2016 by 10 percentage points, but this year it's a lot closer. It's a tight race between he and Joe Biden. So what are your thoughts about President Trump and his chances to win this state?
I think he's got a tremendous chance because, like the polling in 2016 was inaccurate, I think we can make the argument that the polling this year is also inaccurate. The critical thing is we can't be dissuaded by whatever polling we hear on the media, because what really matters is not what the polling is, it's what we do. We've got to translate all of our support for the president into action. And that means casting our votes, making sure that we get out there and we vote in person and we vote early. And then once we take care of our own vote, the most important thing for us to do after that is to help other people cast their vote, making sure that your friends have voted. If they need a ride, give them a ride to the polling place. If people have questions about why you support the president, that's a great time to answer. And one thing you can do is use this feed, use the rallies. That when people see a Trump rally snippet on the news, they're not seeing the whole rally. Only RSBN is showing the entire rally, start to finish, from the moment the people enter. And they're not even sitting down yet. Nobody else is really even doing any broadcasting. And right here, you're already getting a picture of what it's like. But when you bring someone over and you show them the rally, and when someone sees what a Trump rally is start to finish, where they see all the president's remarks and they see them in context, that's really important, because you don't get the selective editing that the other media will do to just get a soundbite out there. And I have changed many people's minds by showing them what a rally is like. And they say, wait, but I saw. And they say, wait, But I saw when they edited that, and the light bulb goes off in their mind because it clicks how they've been lied to, how the narrative that they've been fed has been shaped and fed to them in a way that's completely just fake news. So one thing you can do after you translate your passion for our president into a vote is to make sure that you get as many other people to vote as well. And I think that's really what's important. And back to the original question, I feel like I'm Joe Biden on a debate and I got asked a question and I just went off onto a 2-minute thing about something else. But I think he has an excellent chance in this state because regardless of polling numbers, enthusiasm can't be measured by polls, and enthusiasm is off the charts. I mean, it's incredible. I have never seen this level of unstructured, spontaneous public support for a president of the United States in my entire life. We may never see it again. And it's not the wind giving me chills right now. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. It's so important, and it's such an incredible time for us to literally help the man who is saving the country for us. I think his chances are fantastic.
I couldn't agree more. It's so important, guys, that you get out there and vote. We've got 20 days until we vote in the most important election any of us are ever going to vote in. And with that said, we are almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations go a long way to sending us to these events where we show up early. We show up earlier than any other media so that we can get center stage and get a great line of sight of the podium where President Trump will speak. We do that every single rally. We're able to bring on special guests. And we are able to send multiple cameramen, and we're able to do that because of your donations. So I want to thank everybody out there that's watching us live. Please, if you can, give us a thumbs up, like this stream, share this stream, subscribe to RSBN, hit the bell notification so you'll get notified every time President Trump goes live. And your donations, again, will send us to these events and allow us to provide you coverage on 2 different cameras. The past several rallies, we've been able to provide 2 screens, split screen, one filming the podium and the other floating around, a floating camera that shows you the crowd, that shows you people as they file in. We capture the enthusiasm. As you said, brick suit, you cannot measure enthusiasm in the polls. There is a great deal. We know this to be true, that a sector of the voting population on the left is voting against President Trump. They're not voting for Joe Biden. So it remains to be seen if those people actually show up on election day. It's very interesting. You can be polled over the phone, say, yeah, I don't like Trump, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. But will you actually show up to vote for Joe Biden? And I think that's where we will see how this election plays out, specifically in a swing state like Iowa, where Iowa has voted both red and blue over the years. It hasn't been one way or the other. But I think that the very fact that President Trump is close in the polls, as the polls say that he's so far apart in other states, that makes me think he's really up. He's really up because they really want to gaslight and paint the picture that he's so far down in the polls. He's way down there. He's got so much ground to make up. But for them to say that he's really close in Iowa should really tell the story that he's probably up big in Iowa, right?
I would say.
So tell us a little bit about this suit, man. How did the suit, because I know not everybody watching knows who you are, so give us the spiel about the suit and how it came to be.
Okay. So in 2016, I didn't want Hillary to win. I was not registered to vote. I hadn't voted in any election since 1984 when I voted for Reagan's second term. But as I said, I didn't want Hillary to win, and I was active on a website on Reddit, on the Donald Forum, and following the election, and eventually I became a supporter. When Trump, on his 3rd day in office, canceled the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and on his 4th day in office, canceled the Paris Climate Accord, I was fully on board. But then, a couple years later, I'd say Silicon Valley, realizing the power of social media, they began to do something that was, well, let's just face it, it was premeditated. They started deplatforming people off of Facebook. They started demonetizing YouTube pages, and they started just outright deleting Twitter accounts of many conservative voices. And when I saw that happening, I started thinking, well, if they're going to start controlling cyberspace like that and limiting our free speech, and granted, we don't have First Amendment rights on the internet. So they have the right to do that. I understand that they have the right to do that. I'm not claiming they're violating any rights. But when they started doing that, I decided that I would go out in public and start supporting the president in public. And I started by just wearing a hat. Started wearing the classic MAGA hat, Make America Great. And I had so much fun doing that, and it just translated into something I looked forward to doing. I would go to the shopping center, I'd wear it. Hey, why not go to the farmer's market, wear the MAGA hat, represent like that, baseball games, everything like that. And I had a vacation that I already planned with my dad. He was on the East Coast, and I was flying into Dulles Airport, and I thought to myself, if I'm going to go into Dulles, if I'm going to fly into Washington, D.C., the belly of the beast, wearing a hat is not going to be enough. And so I started thinking about, well, what could I wear? A Trump shirt? I don't know. Maybe there's something else I could wear. And for some reason, wall suit popped into my head. So I went into a search engine. I typed in wall suit. A picture of this came up, and I said, I have to have it. So it's not anything custom tailored. It was something I bought with the express intent of just getting under the skin of leftists in DC. And the day before I left on that trip to fly to Washington, D.C., President Trump announced a rally in Montoursville, Pennsylvania. And I looked at the calendar. It was the last 2 days of my trip. It was only 120 miles away from where I was at in Pennsylvania. I told my dad, I said, Dad, I'm thinking about going to this rally at the end of the trip. I might have to split off. And he took one look at me and said, yeah, you're going to the rally. So I got to that rally. I got to that rally at midnight. I was third in line behind a couple who had driven from Nebraska. And I slept out in the rain under a garment bag I was using as a raincoat. I was completely unprepared. I had a tiny umbrella. I'm in this little chair I bought, and I got the suit folded on my lap, and I'm using the garment bag as a raincoat. But the next day, since I was there early, I had a great seat right on the rail. I was standing right on the rail. Fabulous rally in Montoursville. The president saw my suit, called me up on stage, and man, I since then, I guess I have a little bit of notoriety in MAGA circles. And I can tell you, a lot of people ask me what it was like being called up on stage. And the truth is, I don't remember that much of it on that first time. I remember being called up on stage, and they have these metal barriers, and they're separating the crowd from the president, and they've got a flag bunting on it. And I remember thinking, okay, don't step on the flag. Don't step on the flag and don't fall. And the next thing I really remember is coming off the stage. And that's when it hit me that I just shook hands with the president. And later that night, after I was able to compose myself a little bit, it just struck me what an incredibly American moment that is, because you cannot tell me that would happen in Germany, in France, in England. I don't know what Western democracy where you would have the leader of the country just pluck someone out of the crowd and pull them up on stage like that. It's such an incredible connection the president has with his supporters, and you struggle to describe it, but it's because he loves America and he loves Americans. And that's what all of his supporters have in common. It's not one group, it's not one philosophy, it's that we all love America, and he's fighting for America first. And the fact that I was there, some people call it an accident, I don't know. I was definitely in the right place at the right time with the right suit. And to that I have credit. I just have to credit the people in the meme community that I was online with. I mean, so many greats. Like I struggle to name their names now because I'm going to forget some, but they're all out there. And translating the idea of memes from the computer into real life is what led me to buying a suit. And it stands out. People say you've been to every rally. That's not true. I like to say I go to as many as I can, but it's never enough. But I would go to all of them if I could. It's just incredible. And if you can't make one in person, Again, watching them on the streams is great, but if you can make one in person, I highly recommend it. It is absolutely incredible. It's completely energizing. And one of the best things is you get to be around other conservatives and talk about politics and talk about your love for our country and its laws and everything that you love about America, and not have to worry about being censored, and not have to worry about someone deleting your post, and not have to worry about whatever. It's such an incredibly freeing experience to be able to have a conversation like that. And the truth is, we should all be able to have that conversation at any time, anywhere in America. But we know that as conservatives, we are the ones who are really censored online. We're the ones who are really criticized. You can be pretty much as liberal as you want in America and not catch much flack for it. But on the flip side, for us, not always the case. And there's also one thing I'd like to point out too, is that when you see a story in the media about somebody who is wearing a hat that supports President Trump, oftentimes it's in a negative light. Oftentimes it's because something bad happened to them. There's a kid in Utah this week. I saw the video of him. Girls were spitting on his face, and he stood there and he held his ground and he didn't break. But those are rare. Those events, as extreme as they are, they're incredibly rare. And I've worn my hat so many times. Nothing bad has ever happened to me. People just don't be afraid to be out there and to show your support for our president. It's so important that you do that in these next 20 days, that you show people in your neighborhoods that it's people around them that support the president. It's not just people on TV. It's not just polling numbers. It's their neighbors. It's the people they're with, and it's extremely important.
Thank you very much. That was a very powerful intro to who you are and everything that you've been through, and that really resonated with me, man. That was good. Powerful. We're grateful to have you here. We're grateful to have you here. We love the brick suit. We love your energy. Your energy is enthusiastic. It's powerful. It's a bold suit. I hope the president acknowledges us today, because Lord knows you deserve more acknowledgement. We do as well. And you do as well out there watching. We appreciate every last one of you that supports us at Right Side Broadcasting. As I mentioned in the intro, we are almost entirely viewer funded. So if you care about the United States of America, if you care about re-electing this president, if you care about the future, you need to support independent media that's going to cover the president fairly, going to cover the rallies, going to interview people, show you the crowd, show you the speech in its entirety, uninterrupted, with no narratives, no clips, none of that, no commercials. Support us. We're almost entirely viewer funded. I see that we have a super chat that came in from Alan Kendrick. He says, "Go Blake, met you at the Vegas rally in February." Thank you very much. God bless you, Alan. For the rest of you that are watching, please support us. We have rallies coming up tomorrow. There's one in North Carolina. I know I said the other day, I was like, North Carolina tomorrow. I've got them all backwards. It was actually Pennsylvania, so forgive me for that little Joe Biden-ish gaffe, but we are actually in North Carolina tomorrow. And then on Friday, we are in Ocala, Florida. And then on Saturday, President Trump is having events, I believe, in Wisconsin and Michigan. Macon. It's also Macon, so he's doing two. Ocala and Macon, so there's two. And it's your donations, it's your support that send us to these. We are not able to just do this entirely on our own. It's very expensive to fly multiple cameramen, multiple correspondents, book flights, book hotels, rental cars, food. You guys get it. It costs money. And your support is why we are where we are now. But in order to send us over the top and win this election, which is what we all want, right? All the viewers, this is what you want. That's why you're tuned in. Support RSBN. If you go to rsbnnetwork.com/donate, you can donate, send all of your proceeds. All of the proceeds go directly to us. If you want to support via super chat, there's a little $ in the bottom right corner. Please be advised, YouTube does take 30% of that. But if you go to rsbnnetwork.com/donate, we get 100% of the proceeds. And we would greatly appreciate it. Also, We understand that not everybody's in a position to donate, but you can still do your part in supporting this movement to protect the national sovereignty, freedoms, and liberties that were given to us by our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, God. We were born to be free. We're going to keep it that way, and this network supports that. You can do that by just simply sharing the stream. Just click the share button, send it to a friend or family member, post it on Twitter, post it on Facebook. Give this stream a thumbs up. Subscribe and hit the bell notification so that you will be notified when we go live at one of President Trump's events. It also helps us circumvent YouTube's algorithms, which demote this channel. For us to beat out the mainstream media every time that he holds a rally, we run laps around Fox News and NBC News. We get the most viewers, but we are not promoted, which means more people aren't seeing what you see, right? We get 130,000 people watching, and we're not promoted. So the best way to circumvent that is to subscribe, hit the bell notification, like, and share. Get this in front of some eyeballs. And if you have it in your heart and you're able to, we would greatly appreciate a donation. You can also send checks to our direct address. I don't have it memorized yet, so bear with me while I pull it up here. You got it saved already. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Again, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. I also want to tell you about our partner for the day. For those of you that just tuned in, our partner for the day is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts, most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America or fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus activation for free with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN, patriotmobile.com/RSBN, or 972-PATRIOT. There is so much on the line, and we are 20 days away from the most important election any of you are ever going to vote in. And this is a way for us to really take a stand and protect this country. There's so much going on. It's hard to really even articulate everything that's at stake, everything that is going on. There's so much hypocrisy. It just makes my head explode. I'm so fed up with the leftist media and their smears. The fact that the media is going to call this a COVID super spreader event, but they had nothing to say about the LA Lakers fans that crowded the streets without masks. In fact, they promoted it, right? The hypocrisy. The President Trump must condemn white supremacy for the 100th time or he's a racist, but ignoring everything that's happening with Joe Biden. We just had a huge bombshell drop today from the New York Post with Hunter Biden. We've got our Supreme Court. They're trying their best to pick apart Amy Coney Barrett. It's not going to work. We're going to win. But what they're doing right now is absolutely disgusting. We need to defund the media. We need to support independent media. We need to support RSBN and other outlets that are going to deliver the truth. It's going to show you the crowd, interview people, let you hear from the president in his entire speech. Everything he has to say, we're bringing it to you. And so I just cannot stress the importance of this. Just talking about it, just talking about the hypocrisy and the hatred and the violence that we're seeing coming from the left. Now with this suit, I got to go back to the suit, guys. It's fun.
Fair enough.
Now, do you have multiple suits? Do you wear the suit to the grocery store, or is it just when you're like traveling and you expect to be, looked at and maybe talked to or things like that? What's more of that? Talk more about that.
Well, I have 5 suits, and The most I really ever carry with me at once is 3. On this trip, I've got 2. And I do wear it. I've worn it to Comic-Con. I had a whole slate. What I do, like I said, I come from the meme community. And I think the best place for the meme community right now is on the Donald.win. There's still a lot of great stuff out there. There's a lot of great people putting out fantastic memes all the time. But what I try and do is bring memes into life. So when I wear a brick suit out in public with a Trump hat, I start doing something that people can't ignore. And I had planned this year to go to Comic-Con again wearing the entire outfit. I had orders in with ticket brokers in LA to get seats behind home plate at a nationally televised Dodger game just so I could be there for 3 hours, just being visible. And so, yes, I do wear it out. Do I wear the suit grocery shopping? No. I wear my hat when I go grocery shopping, no. I wear a Trump shirt when I go grocery shopping. I'll wear a hat and a shirt anytime. I keep one in my car if I'm driving home and I see some patriots on the corner. You know, I'll stop with them, do a little flag wave for a little bit. Not a problem at all. But I tend to wear the suit to events or places where I think it's appropriate to wear, like Hollywood Boulevard to visit Donald Trump's star on the Walk of Fame in Hollywood. I've worn it there several times. I wore it in front of the Clinton Library when they were closed. I went to the Clinton Library on a road trip. I was going across the United States. I stopped by because it was on the way and took a shot there and took a picture in front of the library. I was trying to check out Juanita Broderick's book, but I don't think that's in the Clinton Library. Probably not. I doubt it. I doubt it. Probably not in the library there.
Yeah.
So I wear it when I think it's time.
Very nice. And we're hoping that President Trump, this will be the day that he actually notices us. I think we have a good shot. It's one of the things, your story is very similar to mine in terms of being a bold, unapologetic patriot, right? The left wants to shame us, wants to discourage us and bully us into not supporting the president, not supporting the United States of America, the American flag, the things that they've smeared that are seen as symbols of hope and freedom. And I think it's so, like, for me, putting on the hat it felt so empowering the first time I did it, but to do it up here on the risers where the majority of the media up here is neutral at best, if not far left or leftist, whatever, for us to do it up here and hope that the president sees it just speaks to where we are as a country right now. Like, people need to be bold and unapologetic. We're not going to be bullied. We're just simply not going to happen. So I love that I've seen that increase, even in the face of all the violence and vitriol, which we know is primarily coming from the other side. Are there some people on this side, if you call it sides, right, that are being violent? I'm sure there are, but it's overwhelmingly coming from the other side. And not only that, it's being encouraged by leadership, people who are in politics. I'll never forget Maxine Waters. Get out, create a crowd, push back on them. The very minute she said that is when we started Trump derangement syndrome go completely through the roof. I don't know how else you can explain trying to run someone off the road because they don't align with you politically, but that's where we are as a country. And I think it speaks to just how bold and brave how Americans are. They're not going to back down. We're not going to be intimidated or threatened by these people on the left. So if you look now, wow, I love when I don't turn around for a while and then I look back and I see the crowd is filled in very nicely. It's still early yet. We've got 2 hours before the president takes the podium for Air Force One arrives. We're hoping to get you a better shot than we could in Florida. In Florida, it was extremely difficult to get a shot of Air Force One. A lot of it was outside of our control. Again, we are the media that shows up first. We show up before everyone else. And not only that, we try to get center stage and get the center of the crowd so we can show you everything. But we're expecting a pretty good sized crowd. There were a lot of people lined up, but I think they've gotten more efficient at letting people in. And so the lines don't last as long outside, but people are filing in here. Again, President Trump will be delivering remarks at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is his third campaign stop since he tested positive for COVID-19, a virus in which he beat the brakes off of in under a week. It's just incredible. He crushed it. It was huge. It was huge what he did. And it just felt great, to see him overcome that virus, just like he's overcome everything else that they've thrown at him, from impeachment to the Russia collusion.
I don't have fingers, but Russian collusion, Ukrainian collusion.
Stormy.
Everything he's ever done, they spin into a negative somehow, and we know it's not true. And when you were talking about we need to get loud, one thing I just wanted to jump in with is conservatives are often described as the silent majority, and there's a reason for that. That's because, by and large, we're not vocal to the sense that we're going to go out and riot in the streets, because that's what it is, a riot. But we need to be a little less silent in these next 20 days. We need to be vocal, and we also need to be visible. So besides getting out there and making our voice heard, we have to be out there and we have to be seen. So get your Trump gear, wear your Trump hat, put it on when you do your errands. Find your local campaign headquarters, get a sign for your yard. Put a sign up. Let's get visible. Let's be vocal. We can't be silent for these next 20 days and just hope it works out. We've got to take the battle to them, and we're going to win, and we're going to do it.
Yes, indeed. We are going to win this fight, guys. Now, I want to give some shout outs to people in the super chat room because we got them coming in. I appreciate everybody that's donated so far. I appreciate those of you that will be donating shortly. So we got Loretta Hart said, help fund a news source that will bring U.S. news we can trust, or bring us news we can trust. Same thing, I guess, right? And vote in person for President Trump. These young people are doing better at bringing us the news than the mainstream. You got that right. Carpe Donctum says, nice job, Brick Suit. Love you, buddy. Carpe Donctum in the building here.
Thank you, Carpe.
We've also got TRM 919. Thank you for your super chat. We appreciate every last one of you that has supported us. And let's see, I'm scrolling through the chat here because I think some of them might have disappeared. I know that they expire after so much time here. But I appreciate everyone that's tuned in. Again, we've got 11,000 people watching, and I would appreciate if we could get 11,000 likes. If you're watching this right now, give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. And also subscribe to RSB Network. Subscribe to us. Hit the bell notification so you'll get notified. Don't you want to be notified at every one of President Trump's events? You sure do. So you might as well hit the bell notification. They made it really quiet in here, which makes me think someone's about to speak.
It's just Titanic.
It's just the Titanic. Look at this guy. It got. I don't think it's
king of the world.
I don't think it's inappropriate. I mean, you're doing your thing here. We appreciate everyone that's donated here. You guys are amazing. I thought I saw another one come in. Oh, someone said Joe has virtual rallies. I can't talk today. Joe has virtual rallies. Virtually nobody shows up.
That's true.
You cannot make this stuff up. I mean, they continue to tell us that this man is leading in the polls, despite the fact that he is not even actively campaigning. Where is he going?
Well,
where he does go, he gets 5 people to show up. Now, the thing is, they'll say, well, President Trump's having COVID super spreader events. But in reality, if the left shows up to protest in big crowds, the media will say nothing about it. So only conservative events are COVID super spreader events, but the left can gather for Ruth Bader Ginsburg and the media says nothing. This is why we are where we are now, because we have a fake leftist media. Who can deny that there's a bias in the media besides the people in the media? Well, we're fair and balanced. We cover everyone the same, but they won't ask Joe Biden about the Ukrainian scandal. They won't ask him about the Tara Reid allegation. Nope. They won't do anything. Don Jr. points this out. He's like, if I had even taken $1 from another country, what would that story be? It would be global news for 7 years. They would just talk about it nonstop. Long after Trump leaves the White House, they would talk about that. But when it's Joe Biden's son, there's nothing. The pictures that surface today, you guys can look them up for yourself. They're all over the internet. You will not hear a word about it. They won't say anything.
You might say a Hunter Biden scandal has cracked open. You might.
You might say such a thing.
You might say that.
Hunter Biden, this is insane. Where is the proof? Where's the evidence that he's leading in the polls despite the fact that he's not campaigning? I just don't understand it here. Devin Bryan says, 5 of my last $9 to RSBN for being honest. As a ginger who's been physically/verbally assaulted for looking different. God bless you, Devin. We appreciate you for your support. And everyone else that has donated. Never socialism again. Those jets are pretty loud for being so far away. NY Post dropped the story on Joe today. Yes, we covered that on Hunter. Yeah, on Hunter, but ultimately on Joe.
Right, because we've heard that not everything's come out. So there may be, Joe Biden famously has promised America. On Hunter has never discussed his business dealings with foreign countries with him. So basically, Joe Biden has said, when I was vice president, there is a wall between me and my son that we never discussed business, which I don't think on the face of it anybody really believes. First of all, it's from Joe Biden, but secondly, it doesn't make sense. But if on this laptop there is an email to that extent, and I don't know that there is, but if there's an email like that, boy, that's Joe. Again, how many times can Joe be caught lying before America wakes up and realizes that that's all he is? A professional liar, a proven plagiarist who lifted parts of his other speeches and was caught and had to drop out of the presidential race as a result. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see, because already the Biden campaign has not denied the veracity of these photographs and these reports. They haven't denied a single thing, and yet already Facebook and Twitter are censoring people from sharing the reports. They're basically deciding on an editorial basis, this is not something that we want America to see. This is not news that we want you to know about. So that goes straight to the debate on platform or publisher. And right now, you've got two agencies right there, Facebook and Twitter, acting suspiciously like a publisher when they choose to unilaterally edit and decide which stories are going to go out.
Yeah, and we don't even need to get into their double standards here. I mean, I'd say that there's a lot worse things on the internet that could probably be censored or taken down from Twitter, and I'll just leave it at that. So it's very interesting that they would censor somebody who's telling the truth. I mean, first of all, even if the person's lying, let the people decide. Don't insult their intelligence by thinking that they're too stupid to discern what's right and wrong, what's true and false. They always have to put their thumb on the scale, but it's going to backfire ultimately, because when you lie and when you it's disgusting. It really actually disgusts me what we're dealing with as a country. And the fact that they all hate President Trump means that we have the right man for the job. He pisses off all of the right people like him. You mean to tell me Maxine Waters is angry that he's in office? Good. That must mean her job is at stake.
Yeah, you're doing something right.
Yes. President Trump is doing something right. Many things right. So much that we can't even keep track of. Now, we got more super chats that came in where we got a new member. William Roach, thank you for becoming a new member. Oh, someone said we lost audio. Bad reception, lost audio. Uh-oh. It appears that we are losing audio. Guys, bear with us here as we try to fix this. I wonder if this has something to do with the wind. Liz says we need to do it. Thank you so much. And apologies if you guys aren't able to hear us as clearly as you normally. Dusty actually over here in Des Moines, Iowa. But other than that, the weather is beautiful. The sun's out and it was cloudy most of the day. So we're excited to bring you President Trump's speech live here in Des Moines, Iowa at the Des Moines. We're just under 2 hours away. There's people still saying stuff that the audio's out. Yeah, the technical difficulties, guys. Unfortunately, that tends to happen as we are working through that. We appreciate you guys as you support us through the growing pains. Someone said no signal. No signal. No, I think we have signal. We're working through it, guys. We'll get through it. We will overcome adversity as we always do. As we always do. We're back now. 100% back. Okay, great. Thank you. As we just learned from the studio, there's a little bit of delay when we're watching the live streams ourselves on the phone, so the comments are going to be delayed as well. But thank you to everybody that's tuned in. Again, we are at the Des Moines International Airport in Des Moines, Iowa, where President Trump will deliver remarks at 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Again, like this stream, share this stream. We got 13,000 watching. We need 13,000 thumbs up. Share it, get it on other social media platforms. Make the truth go viral, because that's what you're going to get today. You're going to get the truth. We're going to show you everything. The Pledge of Allegiance, all the speakers, and President Trump's speech start to finish. No interruptions, no spin at the end, none of that stuff. That's what we're doing out here, guys. God bless you. And for those of you that just tuned in, I want to tell you about our partner for the day. Our partner for the day is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts. You lost your hat there. Most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America and fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972-PATRIOT. Again, thank you guys. We're almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations and your support go a long way to sending us to these events. So I appreciate everybody that donates, everybody that sends super chats, everyone that goes to our website, which is rsbnetwork.com/donate. That's how we're able to send correspondence, multiple cameramen. We can bring on guests. That's how we're able to do it, because it's you guys. This is your network. This is our joint concerted effort to save the United States of America. And part of that starts with telling the truth, showing people what the president actually has to say, covering him fairly, standing up for life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, things that Joe Biden says, oh, you know the thing? The guy that's running for Senate.
You know the thing.
You know the thing, the guy that's running for Senate. So your support goes a long way. Now, please be advised that YouTube does take 30% of all super chat donations. But if you want to send money directly to us, if you want to write us a check, you can address it to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama 36830. People are filing in here. What are your thoughts about this? This is your first time up on the risers. What do you have to say to the people watching at home as far as how you're taking it in and just the atmosphere here?
Well, coming from the perspective of somebody who's used to attending a rally and getting there the night before and camping out, this is incredibly different. It looks like we're hearing a little bit of a cheer, and I'm going to guess that I can't really tell. It looks like it could be the senator. I'm not sure. But having the experience that I'm used to being at a rally, getting there early, camping out, and to me, that's become, boy, almost as good as the rally itself. Today at this rally, I already know 2 people who were up in the first group, and they're up there like in the second row. They got great seats. I've met them at other rallies before. I met them at Tulsa. I've seen them at Latrobe, and a couple rallies. They just, you know, it's neat to see people showing up again. And if you can get to a rally, I mean, there's going to be so many rallies in the next 20 days. We're getting to the point where we're coming up on 2 a day. And we were talking about this. We're thinking, how many more rallies can we have before the election? Well, let's just start with this. We've got 20 days, so there's going to be 20 rallies, okay? And then maybe half of those days, maybe there'll be 2. So that's another 10. So now you got 30 rallies. Now, some of these days, towards the end, there's going to be 3 or 4 rallies. So we're looking at 40 to 45 rallies possibly in the next 20 days. That's an incredible amount of opportunity for you to get out and see your president and see exactly what we're talking about. Get there early, talk with people in line, share some stories about why you love the president, why you came to support him. And for me, it really was simple economics. I didn't think when he was promising to end the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Paris Climate Accord that was something he would really do. And he did that on the 3rd and 4th day in office. Those were things, I mean, let's just take the Paris Climate Accord. Boy, that sounds great. Accord. We're all in agreement. It's such a happy thing. And it comes from Paris, so it's French, so it must be good, right? You might as well have named that the globalist rip-off of America scheme, because that's really what it was. A globalist wealth transfer that would have seen America paying for using the energy that we produce, while other nations like China and India were free to pollute as per normal for the next 12 years. It was nothing more than a wealth transfer of America's money to the rest of the globe. It was a globalist scheme. President Trump saw through it. With the stroke of a pen, he canceled it, and it was gone. And that doesn't mean that President Trump doesn't care about the environment. That's what people will say about him. Well, you don't care about the environment because you canceled the Paris Climate Accord. You must not believe in saving the earth. Well, we have met or exceeded our carbon emission guidelines under the Paris Climate Accord despite not being a member of it. Through innovation and through new technologies, we've met those goals. And I think that's really important for people to remember. It's putting America first doesn't mean that we're ignoring our duties to the rest of the world. It just means that we are looking after our interests are primary. That should be the purpose of our government. And President Trump embodies that like no other politician ever has before. And that's why I came to support him so fervently. But everybody has a different story. And sometimes when you listen to someone else's perspective, you see a side of our president that you may not have seen before. It may be his support for first responders. It may be, compared to previous administrations, the absolute campaign that he has had to stem the tide of child trafficking in our country. He's made so many efforts for that. We're going to welcome him.
Andrews. Hello, Iowa. I come here not as a candidate in District 39, but I come here as a minister and as a Christian. And we are going to pray God's blessings upon this great event. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy and your love. We thank you for this honor to be born in a land of the home and the home of the free and land of the free and home of the brave. And I thank you, God, because you know what I said. And we thank you, Lord, for being in the land that people are running to and not running from. We thank you, Father, for our president. You've encouraged us in your word to pray for all of our leaders, and as such, we ask blessings upon our President Donald J. Trump and his entire cabinet. We thank you, Lord, for all the many things that he has done and that he has kept his promises. We ask you, Lord, for continued showers of blessings and wisdom and understanding and grace and peace be upon him. Bless this great event. Let every heart leave here with a greater push to elect candidates who love you, who can put great ideas into place, and sound love of you and love of our neighbor as ourselves. And we give these blessings and ask these blessings in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Let every heart say, in Jesus' name, amen.
At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Iowa State Senator Brad Zahn leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Be here today. Please pray for President Trump. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. Thank you.
To further honor our country, please welcome Angela Dawn Rosner for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? God bless America.
The Iowa Republican Party, Jeff Kaufman.
Hello, everybody. I'm a college professor. I got a PhD, and I love Donald Trump. I understand that Sleepy Joe is just a little dispirited that the president's coming here today. I understand Sleepy Joe doesn't think that's appropriate. Well, let me tell you something. If Sleepy Joe is elected president, we'll never see that guy here because he thinks he's going to Idaho, not Iowa. Sleepy Joe, we raise corn here, not potatoes. Get it right, buddy, when you wake up from your nap. And I know the stories are already going to be written by the media, you know, that unbiased media. Oh, now you shouldn't do that, folks. You're acting very deplorable when you do that. And then you've got CNN. I see CNN is here. Welcome. I got my fingers crossed. Look at them go back to you. Boy, they really think they're in Iowa. They're the cat's meow. You know what CNN stands for, folks? Confused, negative, nonsense. That's what it stands for. And I think I've made up my mind. I think I'm finally going to end my subscription to the Des Moines Register. Now, up to this point, I've been using the editorial section to line my bird cage. But my parakeet died, folks, so now what do I do with the Des Moines Register editorial page? In all seriousness, really, what a shame it is that what we've got in the Des Moines Register for that editorial page. What a shame. I don't know whether they're so partisan, so vicious, or not too bright, and I've come to the conclusion I think it's all three. I really do. I know it seems like sometimes we're being too hard on the media. I got to tell you, I'm a college professor, and I asked my students to go out and do some research. This is a true story. One of my students, he wasn't very political at all, and he came back and he told me, he said, Mr. Kaufman, I've got a problem. I go out there doing research, and I can't tell the difference between CNN and MSNBC and the Des Moines Register and places like that and the actual political ads. He says, what can we do to make them stop? I said, well, eventually what they've got to do is start acting professional. But I don't see that happening. And it's a real shame. It really is a real shame that our president has to tweet as much as he does. We have to hammer as much as he does just because we got a bunch of journalists that have chosen their own personal bias over doing their job. So do your job. I get tired of it. Nobody has ordained your opinion as extra special. Well, I think I've sent my message. And don't get me wrong, we've got some great state reporters out there. In fact, if our national reporters would act a little bit more like our state reporters, not our state editorial boards, they're a joke, but our state reporters, the entire country would have a whole lot better and stronger democracy than that crap that MSNBC and CNN puts out for everybody. I get tired of it, really tired of it. Other than that, I really don't have any strong opinions on the media. Talking to my dad the other day, my dad turns 96 on October 28th. He's a World War II veteran. And my dad is starting, unfortunately, my dad has dementia. He's just starting to slowly fade. And he loves the president. He watches the president all the time. Sometimes, folks, he doesn't remember the president's name, but he always says, that guy of yours. Of course, I'm just proud as a peacock for the president to be introduced like that. And my dad told me the other day, he says, how's that guy of yours going to do? And I says, I think he's going to do really, really good. He says, I don't understand why people do what they do to him. And I think my dad, in his own way, understands what all of us know. And that is every single soldier, every single veteran, every single police officer, every single EMT, everything that you folks do and have done is personified by this president and what his priorities are. And we thank him. And on November 22nd, I just found out I'm going to be a grandpa. I don't know why you're clapping. I look like I'm 39, at least in my mind. I got a six-pack, folks. I just swallowed the whole thing and haven't drank the cans yet. But the bottom line is this. All seriousness, I didn't realize the ultrasounds have gotten as good as what they are. And it was really special. 7.5 months My son sent me a picture. My son lives in Arizona, and he's coming back, by the way, to Iowa because our governor, Kim Reynolds, has created a state that is heaven on earth. But I digress just a little bit. But seriously, when I was looking at that picture, I just think the Bidens, the Harrises, the crazy, crazy left, when they look at that, they don't see a 7.5-month-old child. They see an entity that you can still terminate up until birth. And really, when you think about it, what planet are they living on? We're no longer talking about Roe versus Wade. We're talking about infanticide. I mean, literally, that's what we're talking about. The divergence between this president and the divergence between who we might have and we're not going to have, because Iowa's going for Trump. Iowa's going for Trump. And why should Iowa go for Trump? I just jotted down a few things. I pulled off to the side of the road, Governor. I wasn't writing as I was traveling. But just think about this. Banned travel from China before they unleashed the virus on the world, provided millions of direct assistance for businesses and Americans, led the largest national mobilization since World War II to deliver PPE, secured E-15 year-round, and has slowed the waivers for our oil refineries. Folks, this president gets us, gets Iowa, gets rural America. And I see my friend Jeff Broyd out in the crowd there. They had a poet, one of the leading spokespeople in the entire country on renewable fuels, and he has stood by this president, and this president's going to deliver 4 renewable fuels, Jeff, I promise you, and already has. So let me just end with this. Let me just end with this on a serious note. This election that we're about to embark on is one of the most important elections, I believe, since 1864. I truly believe that. That was the election during the Civil War. And I want to remind you of something of that election. Back in those days, soldiers voted together as a block. So you knew exactly how long those soldiers were voting and what they would vote for. Medic. We need a medic back there, somebody. Right there where he's waving. I think they're getting the attention that they need. So those soldiers, if they voted for Abraham Lincoln, those soldiers would ultimately probably put their lives in danger, because Abraham Lincoln was not going to cut a deal with the South. The Democrat, does this sound familiar, was going to cut a deal and probably extend slavery. Those soldiers voted, and at their own danger, at their own cost, not listening to themselves and what they necessarily wanted, but what the country wanted, voted for Abraham Lincoln, 80%. Folks, nobody's going to ask you to put yourself in that much danger. What we're going to ask you for today is go the extra mile. You've got to. And I'm talking about way more than showing up at a rally. I'm talking about way more than putting up a yard sign here and there. What I'm talking about is stretching yourself, talking about politics, reaching out to people. This is about voter contact. If we can get voters to the polls, if you can tell voters about Donald Trump and get them to vote from the top of the ticket all the way down, then we will be doing our service. And I firmly believe that those men and women that have sacrificed and have given everything, and this president stands for them, I firmly believe that they will smile, and we will know, and we will be able to tell our grandkids that we have done everything we can do in 2020. Now let's show CNN and the crew of vagabonds just what we think of this president. Go, Donald Trump! You can do better. Go, Donald Trump! Put that on your front page, Des Moines Register.
Welcome to the stage the Republican candidate for the 3rd Congressional District, David Young.
How do you follow that? Freedom, right? That's what it's all about. Is this an incredible day, an incredible country, an incredible state? This is the nicest peaceful protest I've ever been to. Thank you very much. You know, I feel really at home here because, of course, this is our home, but amongst fellow-minded folks, it's like an intervention, right? It's like we're all in this 12-step program together, so I'll go first. I'm David Young, and I'm a capitalist. All right? And you know what that means? It just means freedom, right? It's freedom. It's the sovereignty of the individual. It's the entrepreneurial spirit. It's where our rights come from, God and not government. And if you fail, it shouldn't be at the hands of government. And if you do fail, you know that you have a family member, friends, supporters, even strangers helping you up and getting the job done. It's about equal opportunity and equality under the law. It's about being a republic, right? And not this other thing that they want to try on the other side of the aisle that they're bringing to us that's never worked anywhere else before on the face of the earth. They want to bring that to the table. We're not going to eat it, folks. Not at all. You see, the other side says, we're the government, we're here to help, we'll give you what you need, we'll take away things. They believe that they can provide rights for you, but they can take them away. They believe in groupthink, equal outcomes, identity politics, which creates tribalism, and what do tribes do? They fight. And we don't need to be fighting. We're loving people, we Americans are. This is the greatest country ever. Everybody wants to come to America. And those who are disrupting and burning up our cities, they don't want to leave, do they? They're not leaving. Countries born out of oppression from tyrants and dictators, what do when they're free? They say, where's that U.S. Constitution, right? Because they want to emulate this shining city on the hill. Now, you're not supposed to be here today. You know why? I don't know if you watched the debate I had the other night with my opponent. I was asked by the media, are you going to go to the Trump event, David? I said, of course I am. And what did she say? She said, I can't believe he's coming and there's people going to be in my district. She called it her district. It's not her district. It's your district. It's our district. It's the people's district. And then to take it a step further, because that's what leftists do, they just put their foot in their mouth. She said she was going to do everything she could in her power to keep you from coming here. She did not succeed. But you see, that's the contrast, people. You know this. We like freedom. We want to manage our risk in a responsible manner. We want to move about freely. Leftists and liberals, they just want to control us. They want to control you. They don't trust you to do the right thing. Not with your money, not with your rights. But these rights are special. From God and not government. Don't ever forget it. Now, if there's any indication about who's going to win this race, all the signs that are out there, they say, well, that's the indication, right? Well, first place we know is going to be Trump-Pence, right? Third place is Biden and Harris. And second place is garage sale. Our president needs an ally in this 3rd congressional district seat again. We need to make sure that Joni Ernst returns to the United States Senate. We need to make sure that we win our 4th district seat up in Northwest Iowa with Randy Feenstra, the 1st district with Ashley Hinson in Northeast Iowa, Marinette Miller-Meeks, all eyes are going to be on Iowa, as they should be, on election night, but every day, because we do it right. Don't you love being from flyover country? We know what's going on. Our president deserves to be reelected. He doesn't need this job. He loves this country. The promises that he made and kept, it's got the left so upset and angry they've never seen anything like this. Their power has been stripped away in Washington, D.C., and more power has been given to the people, giving you back your hard-earned dollars that you labor for, rolling back rules and regulations that stifle the economy and hurt your constitutional rights at times, moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and getting out of the Iran agreement, right? Hey, right? Rebuilding our military to protect our sons and daughters who go off to fight for our freedoms. You can keep it. I'm a keeper. I know you are too. Let's do this together. No sleep for the next 20 days. Let's do this. Johnny Ernst? Let's do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your former governor and the former ambassador to China, Terry Branstad.
To be home in Iowa. Thank you very much. Donald Trump appointed me to be the ambassador to China. It was not an easy task, but I'm very proud to have the honor of serving our country in one of the most difficult places on this earth. And I'm proud to say, because President Trump had the guts to make Iowa and America a priority, we have for the first time got a phase 1 trade agreement that gives us fairness and reciprocity and has helped us set records in selling corn, soybeans, pork, beef, and chicken in China. The president also convinced President Xi of China to make all of fentanyl a controlled substance to save thousands of lives in this country. I'm proud that we were able to stand up to the Chinese for their unfair treatment of the Uyghurs and for what they did in Hong Kong. We are insisting on fairness and reciprocity in this relationship, and I'm proud to have been a part of it, working with the president, working with Lighthizer and Mnuchin to get the progress that we got. And I'm telling you, we need to continue to prosper, and I want you to know how tragic it was that the Chinese Communist started in Wuhan, China, and they let it travel throughout the world. President Trump was the first leader in the world to stop people from China coming to the United States, way before anybody else had the courage to take that kind of action. He took the abuse and criticism from Biden and from the Democrats, but he did the right thing. He also worked extraordinarily hard to make sure that we got PPE and medical supplies during the critical time to the United States. I'm proud to say we had over 150 airplane loads that came back to this country to help. Three years and 3 months is the longest I've ever served outside the state of Iowa. And I'm proud to be back. And I want to do everything I can to help this great Republican ticket. With Donald Trump leading it, with Joni Ernst on the Judiciary Committee helping to confirm Amy Coney Barrett to be the next member of the Supreme Court. What a brilliant, intelligent woman that will be a great jurist. And we've got both Ernst and Grassley on that committee doing their work. That's why we've got to work extra hard here to help her in this election. And you heard from David Young, our congressional candidate, and let me tell you, he is one of 4 outstanding candidates we have in all 4 of our congressional districts. We need to elect every one of them. And at the state level, I just saw a publication from the Council of State Governments, looks at all 50 states and how they've handled the challenges of the COVID virus. And the state that has done the best of all 50, according to the Council of State Governments, is the state of Iowa. That is a tribute to the leadership of Kim Reynolds and a Republican-controlled legislature. When Kim Reynolds and I were elected in 2010, we were faced with a $700 million projected deficit. Today, despite all the challenges the state of Iowa has faced, the budget is balanced, the cash reserve and economic emergency accounts are full, and there's a $300 million surplus. Iowa is one of the best managed states in the country because we have a governor that has the courage to listen to the people and do the right thing to keep Iowa strong and diversified. Kim Reynolds learned everything that I taught her, and she's improved on it. I'm very proud to be here to support this Republican ticket, and I'm going to do everything I can from now to Election Day to help our Republicans get elected. I've never lost an election, and I want to help see this great team all go to victory come November 3rd. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your governor of the great state of Iowa, Kim Reynolds.
High school years playing sports. That was some really bad tosses, so sorry about that. We'll try to get them all the way back there next time. Listen, this is an amazing, amazing crowd. Thank you all for being here today to cheer on our great President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. The momentum, the enthusiasm, the energy is on our side. Don't believe the polls. Don't believe what the media is telling you. Up and down the ticket, people are fired up for Republican victories on November 3rd. I am so honored and so proud to be the governor of this great state, to stand with each and every one of you to defend life, liberty, freedom, and a Constitution that protects it. I am proud to be a governor that puts her trust in our people because they are responsible, they are resilient, and they will do the right thing. And that is why we were able to keep over 80% of our workforce working and businesses open. It is why we're getting our kids safely and responsibly back in school. 75% of our school districts are teaching children in the building. Yay! We can do this. It is why our fiscal health is strong. You heard former Governor Branstad. It is because of Republican leadership in the legislature and Republican-led governor. The decisions that we've made, the diversity of our economy and keeping it open is why we closed fiscal year 20, balanced budget, cash reserves full, and a $305 million surplus. We're ready to come out of this economy stronger and better than ever. We got this. If 2020 has taught us anything, it is that leadership matters. It matters in your hometown, it matters in Des Moines, and it matters in Washington, D.C. And it is why it is critical that we re-elect Donald Trump for 4 more years. 4 more years! 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 He's a leader! He's a fighter! He's a president that puts America and Americans first. And you know what fires me up about this president and his administration? There are an administration of action, outcomes, and accomplishments. Look at what this man and his administration has done in 47 years. Unbelievable that government can move at that pace. It energizes me. It makes me want to do more, whether it's reducing taxes, regulations, watching the borders, protecting life. 200 plus federal judges, 2 Supreme Court justices, and Amy Coney Barrett. We're going to get her there next. Elections matter. I can tell you as a governor, it makes a difference to have a partner in the White House, somebody that's working with you to advance each of our states and this country and to move it forward. And it is worth fighting for. It is why we have to do everything we can to re-elect a really good friend of mine, an outstanding leader, and that's our great United States Senator, Joni Ernst. She has never forgot where she comes from. She goes to all 99 counties. She has made her life about service and sacrifice. She is a champion for our farmers, our veterans, small businesses, working families, people that have suffered abuse. She is a tireless advocate on behalf of Iowans and our Iowa values. And the amount of money outside money that is coming into this state to try to buy this seat is unconscionable. $120 million and growing is coming into this state to try to buy that Senate seat. Iowans, can Iowans be bought? Can Iowans be bought? And we're going to show them that on November 3rd. Let's get Joni Ernst reelected. You got to hear from David Young, an incredible advocate. I've got to travel with this man in his district. He went to every county, every month. When we were driving through the district, he knew meetings that he'd had, he knew names, he knew places that he had stopped. Unbelievable. Just the passion and the energy that he has to serve the constituents that he represents. He didn't miss a vote. He knew who was his boss. He showed up. He worked tirelessly on your behalf. The person we have in here now, she's not showing up. She's not representing you. She's hiding. Get rid of her. Let's elect David Young to represent you in Congressional 1. You've heard everybody. We have four, honestly, strong conservative candidates running for the United States Congress, and we have an opportunity to pick up each and every one of them. So keep doing your part. Let's get it done. And we have with us Speaker and Leader Whitmer and Speaker Grassley. I'm telling you what, I couldn't ask for a better team to work with. The communication is awesome, and we need to do everything we can to make sure that we send these two back in leadership. We have to keep the majority in the Iowa State Senate and the Iowa House, because we're not done. We are just getting started, and there's a lot of good things to come, and we don't want to halt the progress that we see taking place. Okay, so I think up and down the ballot, I think the choice is clear. We've got this one. This is one election we can't get wrong. Elections matter. And all you have to do is turn on the TV and see the chaos and the intimidation and the dysfunction and the lawlessness that is taking place across this country. And I will tell you, most of those states are ran by Democratic governors. It's unconscionable, and they're showing us what big government, socialist, liberal agenda looks like. It's not safe, it's not pretty, and it's not sustainable. They want to open the borders, they want to raise your taxes, they want to pack the court, they want to do away with electoral college. The list goes on and on and on. And they're laying it out there. We know what they want to do. Well, I want to tell you something. This administration and this governor will never, ever abandon our law enforcement and will never defund our police. They're keeping our communities safe and a quality of life that we have come to know, love, and expect. Okay, so 20 days, is that right? 20 days and counting. You got your orders from everybody that came before me. We have to finish strong. We can do it. This country, as we know it, is on the line. So get out there, fight hard, finish strong, and let's all celebrate on November 4th the Republican victories that we have up and down the ticket. God bless you. God bless this great state. God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. We are back. Our cameramen were having some issues with the audio, and it wasn't just unique to us, it was everybody up here essentially. But we got that resolved. I want to thank everyone for tuning in and joining us tonight on Right Side Broadcasting. We are at the Des Moines International Airport, where President Trump will deliver remarks to a crowd of his supporters in T-minus 40 minutes. I believe it's going to be, hopefully he's punctual today, but I do want to give a shout out to everybody that's watching, everybody that donated, everybody that supports. I also need to tell you guys about our partner for today, which is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts, and most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid the destruction of America or fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide services and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, patriotmobile.com/RSBN, or contact our American-based phone number at 972-PATRIOT. And I want to thank everyone that super chatted. I want to give everybody a shout out that has super chatted thus far. Carl Peterson, thank you for the super chat. Leon Grill from Northern California, thank you. Mark Owen says, please excuse my French. Nancy Pelosi is the devil. We're tired. We're all fed up with her. She has to go. I could not agree more. I could not agree more. One of my favorite super chats I've read so far. John says, I only have this to say. Extortion 17. And I believe that's it. I think we are caught up on super chats. Thanks to everyone else that has donated thus far. As I say all the time, we are almost entirely viewer funded. So your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. Tomorrow, President Trump will be in North Carolina. On Friday, he will be in Ocala, Florida. And then on Saturday, Michigan and Wisconsin. He's also got two events on Friday. I forgot, Macon, Georgia, as well as Ocala, Florida. And your donations go a long way to sending us here, where we have multiple cameramen, multiple correspondents, guest correspondents, like our great guest here, Brickman. Brick Suit. Your donations go a long way. So please go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com/donate. We've got 20 days to save the United States of America. This is not a game. This is not a joke. This isn't hyperbolic. This isn't fear mongering. It's literally either President Trump wins or we risk losing our entire country. This is for all the marbles, which is why we're dressed up like this, which is why we are showing our support for the president. It's why we're showing you the crowd. We're showing you the entirety of this event, start to finish, the Pledge of Allegiance, all of the speakers, the national anthem, as well as President Trump's remarks, uninterrupted. Your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. Again, we are here to tell the truth. We don't take big corporation dollars. We don't have big donors. We're viewer funded, which means this is your network. So if you care about this country, if you care about saving this country, if you believe in the principles of this country, if you want to see President Trump reelected, it's very simple. Support Right Side Broadcasting. If you're watching this live stream right now, give it a thumbs up. Share it on Facebook. Share it on Twitter. Send it to your friends and family members. Hit the bell notification after you subscribe to the channel. Help us circumvent YouTube's algorithms. YouTube's algorithms do not promote RSBN, which means we do not show up on the YouTube homepage. That means more people won't find it that should find it. We have 20 days to save this country. Let's do it together. Let's win this fight. God bless everyone that's watching. 29,000 people watching, and we got 13,000 likes. Give it a thumbs up, guys. Give it a thumbs up. This sounds like a marathon. I'm just rattling it off. We've got to get this done, guys. We have to win. We have to win. 20 days. And the left, we know they're going to cheat. We know that they're already planning stuff. They've been caught with voter fraud and everything else. Ballots getting thrown in the trash. Best way to win is to gather in crowds, show the lies, show the truth here, expose the lies of the media, and show that we stand behind President Trump. What are your thoughts on this?
Completely agree. We have to be visible. We can't be the silent majority for these next 20 days. We've got to get out there. We've got to make our voice heard, and we've got to be visible, not just vocal. We've got to do everything we can to show people that we support our president, and that support for the president is local wherever you're at. It's not just, like I said, abstract figures and polling. It's not just people on Twitter accounts. It's people in real life, your neighbors, the people that you're sending kids to the same school. That's what's important. Get local. And I'll tell you, I could have 100,000 followers on Twitter at my account at brick_suit, but you in real life have just as many followers as I have or Scott Pressler has. You in real life have just as many followers, because when you go out upon your everyday, errands and you wear a Trump hat or you're visibly a supporter of Trump, you're making just as many impressions as I can in real life. And that's what's important. We can't be invisible. And one thing you were talking about, the donations, I can tell, coming from the perspective of somebody who has just seen RSBN and just wondered what the magic sauce was behind it, now that I'm here, I can really see it. So those donations, if you're going to make them and you want everything you donate to go to RSBN, you go to rsbnnetwork.com/donate. All the proceeds that you donate from that will go directly to funding RSBN. If you're going to use a super chat in YouTube, keep in mind that 30% of that's going to be taken off by YouTube, but that still is open for you. And if you want to go old school and mail in a donation, the address you can send it to is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344 in Auburn, Alabama, and the zip on that is 36830.
Thank you very much, Brick Suit. Guys, I'm just going to say it again. This country, I love it dearly, and I will do anything to save it, because this is the only country, this is the best global position you can be in, to be in the United States of America. This is a beacon of hope and freedom in the world. And the Democrats want to dim the light of freedom. When you dim the light of freedom, the world becomes a darker place. And we are up against something extraordinary. We have to win this fight in November. We have to. It's that simple. There's really no two ways about it. President Trump must be reelected or we lose the country. They're going to do everything in their power to not only destroy this country, but make sure that no opposition party forms. This is what happens in communist dictatorships. They have single party rule. Why else would they suppose such radical legislation? Why else would they not say it, but we know what they would do. They're going to pack the courts. They want statehood for Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. They want to abolish the Electoral College. They want to open the borders and reshape the demographics of our country to secure a residual voting bloc. That is their plan. That is their plan. They're not telling you that outright. That is their plan. Joe Biden won't tell you if he's going to pack the courts or not. He's saying, vote for me to find out. You have to elect him to find out what he's going to do. What's the point of him campaigning?
Ridiculous.
This is insane stuff. We've never seen anything like this. The way that they're lying, the way that they've got the media wrapped around their fingers, the way that they're smearing the president, the way that they're pushing these COVID shutdowns, these draconian laws, these lockdowns, the way that they're silencing people on social media. I've had my Facebook quarantined. I've had my YouTube shadow banned. I've been shadow banned on Twitter. They're doing this because the truth is effective, and they're trying to stonewall it any way that they can. Now, President Trump represents everything that this country is known for: strength, success, power, dominance. Like, this is a dominant country. There's reasons why people want to cross the ocean to come here. There's reasons why people risk their lives to come here, right? And all they're doing is talking about racist this, racist that. They're crushing our culture with their dogma. Their dogma and their tribalism, identity politics. They're doing what they can to undermine and subvert all of our institutional pillars. Everything that makes American society what it is, the Democrats are doing everything in their power to destroy it. And we're not going to let them. And the reason why we're not going to let them is because we're going to stand on podiums like this, on risers like this, and show you the president's speech. I'm going to wear this Make America Great Again hat. You guys are going to support us, send us to these events, every single one of President Trump's rallies between now and Election Day. We're going to get there with your donations. Your donations go a long way. So again, for those of you just tuning in, I need to tell you about our partner for the day. Our partner for today, guys, is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts. Most recently, sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America and fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And now they've got their best offer yet. Get 1 month totally free or a free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972-PATRIOT. You know, I had no idea that Verizon was funding all this leftist activity. I've had Verizon since 2011. Maybe I should practice what I preach and switch over to Patriot Mobile.
There's a lot of major corporations who are giving soft money to what are really leftist causes. And BLM as an organization is a prime example of that. All that money just went for things that are not what you would associate with by the name.
Exactly. And for all the lemmings that just blindly follow these movements, this leftist garbage, the Black Lives Matter and all these movements. I mean, let me say this. They think that they're part of the resistance, right? That's what they say. We're the resistance. Well, if the media promotes you, if celebrities endorse you, and if corporations fund you, what are you resisting?
You're not the resistance.
What are you a resistance to if the media promotes you? Hollywood endorses you. You're getting academic disciplines and college institutions and stuff like that, and you're getting all this money from big corporations and big tech promotes you on their platforms. What exactly are you resisting? It makes zero sense. What they're supporting makes absolutely zero sense. The most anti-American thing. And you see it in the ratings. The majority of Americans do not support this garbage, the dogma. They don't support it. That's why NBA Finals had their lowest ratings ever. Nobody wants to watch it. Nobody wants to see Black Lives Matter painted on a basketball court. To quote Laura Ingraham, just shut up and dribble. Like literally, just play basketball. I'm so tired of the virtue signaling, right? I went to some restaurants when we were in Washington, D.C. recently when the president was in the hospital. We go to every one of these restaurants, and on their window, they have these signs that say, hate has no place here. And I'm like, I just want a slice of pizza. Like, honestly, I don't care about this garbage that you're trying to push. It's like, are you implying that
it's virtue signaling?
Yeah,
it's virtue signaling, plain and simple.
And it doesn't move the needle one iota. Honestly, like all the virtue signaling, in this donut shop, we believe Black Lives Matter. I'm like, how many black kids are saved from you putting that on your restaurant? And honestly, what it tells me is they're saying that if you don't have that on your restaurant, then that means hate does have a place there. It's like, why do you need to say that? Some things just should be common knowledge, right? Like, do you need to go around and say chocolate chip cookies are delicious? Imagine going around shouting that, hey guys, chocolate chip cookies are delicious. I would be looking around wondering, like, who's saying that they're not? That's what you get with the BLM. People keep saying, like, Mike, we love what you said in Washington, D.C. You said, you know, pretty much, I had not really a confrontation, but a conversation with a BLM activist. And I said, who's over here saying Black lives don't matter? He's like, yeah, that's a good point. I'm like, so who are you trying to convince that Black lives matter? If you want to move the needle, if you want to make a difference, go into a black neighborhood. We weren't far from Baltimore. So I said, why don't you take your silly little sign and go into the worst area of Baltimore and say, hey, stop killing black people. That would actually get something done. If you want to stop that, then here's what you got to do. And they just don't get that. They don't want to actually solve problems. They want problems to persist. They want division. They say racism is wrong. We got to get rid of racism. But what they're doing is they're actually reversing it. And it's racism against other races. It just makes no sense. We should be keeping the same energy across the board. What do you think about all that?
It's completely true. I mean, it's completely true. President Trump doesn't talk about that too much. He mentions the virtue signaling, but one thing he talked about last night was one of the constants of Biden's campaign is surrender. Joe Biden is about surrendering. And if he's elected, he will surrender our jobs to China. He will surrender to the left's demand to end fracking. And that will mean no energy, reduced energy production in the United States, and that'll make us not energy independent again. And that's going to lead us to have to get into conflicts overseas to protect strategic oil interests, which is something that we don't have to do right now. Joe Biden will surrender the streets of America to the mobs that are roaming it right now. The mobs that you see in Portland, those will become commonplace because the left will realize that they can achieve their goals simply by doing that. And Joe Biden will surrender control of his party to the leftists on the far end. I mean, we talk about them, they're not just democratic socialists, they're borderline communists. Joe Biden will surrender leadership to them as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to everybody that's watching, everybody that's tuned in. Again, if you just tuned in, please give us a thumbs up. We appreciate you. Let me read some of these super chats here. Whoops, I just lost the feed. Let me pull it back up here. There we go. Thank you. All right. Blue Girl Deb said, there you go ahead, Mike, reading my thoughts and saying them so much better than I ever could. I follow you on Instagram now. Thank you very much. If you want to follow me on Instagram or any other social media, just type in Mikenificent813. Or you can find my YouTube channel. Just search Mikenificent. But make sure you also are subscribed to Right Side Broadcasting. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Just type in RSB Network on all social media. We should pop right up. Sal M with the super chat. Thank you very much. Clinton Michaels with the super chat. Thank you. Megan Ray with a super chat. God bless all of you. Give it a thumbs up. Thumbs up. Give it a thumbs up. 34,000 people watching. 15,000 likes. Give it a thumbs up. If you care about the country, if you want to save the country, you need to promote independent media, that we get more views. More people will be watching President Trump speak tonight on RSBN than they will on Fox News, NBC, and all other social media or mainstream media combined. We broke a record, our own personal record. 130,000 consecutive viewers were watching as President Trump delivered remarks in Sanford, Florida. That was his first scheduled public appearance since he tested positive for the virus. So what does that tell you? That tells you what we're doing is making a difference. We cannot take our foot off the gas. We cannot leave anything to chance, right? You see all the support, you see this crowd out here. That means a lot, but it doesn't mean anything. We have to show up and vote in person. We have to take the polls seriously. People are saying, what about 2016 polls? I'm so sick of hearing that. We need to treat those polls as if he's actually down in the polls. We cannot get cocky. We cannot get complacent. We have to keep up the fight. We have to. So support RSBN. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We're almost entirely viewer funded, and your donations go a long way to sending us to these events. We've been able to bring you multiple cameras each time, multiple camera angles, split screen. We've been able to do interviews. We show you the line. We show you the crowd. Sometimes we're able to turn around and show the crowd as President Trump's speaking. So we have one camera on the president and another camera panning the crowd of supporters. Thousands and thousands of supporters each time. We also, while we're on air, while we're waiting for President Trump, we call out and expose the hypocrisy. Prime example, the COVID hypocrisy. I'm so sick of the COVID hypocrisy. They were all up in arms, pearl clutching, because our governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, didn't have on a mask. They're like, oh my gosh, he's not wearing a mask, he's high-fiving. Why are they acting surprised? He was never a big fan. He never wore a mask. They're upset about President Trump. Oh, he's not wearing a mask. When did he ever wear a mask? I mean, he wore a mask a handful of times. We're also outdoors, right? People are tired of this. So this is what we do. We're going to cover that kind of stuff. People say they love our commentary. Your donations keep us out here delivering this commentary while you share it. Get it in front of some eyeballs. So please, guys, share this stream right now. Send it to everybody you know. 20 days stand between America remaining a free, sovereign, prosperous nation that people from around the world cross oceans to get to, or collapse of the United States of America, of our republic, not our democracy, our republic. They will collapse it by packing the courts. And I can't even stress enough how important it is to vote in your local elections. It's not just the presidential election. It's the Senate races. It's the gubernatorial races. It's the congressional districts. Those are so incredibly important, especially for, states like Florida. Florida is the only swing state that has a Republican governor, which means the election is going to have the proper oversight to make sure that there's no fraud. Now, for those of you that are tuning in just now, I need to tell you about our partner for the day, Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is our big partner for the day. Oh. I'm going to keep talking here, guys, but I had to switch off the camera here for a second. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts, most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment and then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America or fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your phone number, or switch to a new phone. And now they have their best offer yet. Sorry, I said that wrong. I'm going to repeat that. You can keep your phone or get a new one. You can buy a new one or bring your current phone. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, that's patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972-PATRIOT. So we're just about 20 minutes away from President Trump's arrival at the Des Moines International Airport here in Des Moines, Iowa, where he will deliver remarks to a crowd of his supporters that have packed in drastically. There's a lot of people and they're still filing in. We're not quite at capacity. There's still people. There's people waving at us. Can we show some people that are supporting us? We got this woman here that's shouting us out. This is one of my favorite things about the job is we have so many people who support this president and they support Right Side Broadcasting. Look at the enthusiasm. I can't even tell you how many people will beg that we get them on camera. When they leave, they look up and they shout at us. They wave at us. They love us here at RSBN. They know what we do. So what we're doing is making a difference, guys. It really is. Thank you, Richard, for the super chat. Richard says, shut down the Biden corruption ring. Ask about the emails from Hunter's laptop that connects him with his dad in Ukraine and China deals. Virginia Faye, thank you for the super chat. We got a new member, Sheeple Sorry World. Thank you very much for becoming a new member. Andy Nguyen with the super chat. Thank you, Andy. Katniss, thank you for your super chat, as well as William. William says, great job, Brick Suit. You are doing great. We also got a new member, Rusky2K. Thank you. And then Clinton Michaels, thank you. God bless you guys. Remember, you can donate via super chat. We appreciate that. YouTube does take 30% of that money, but we still appreciate it. It goes a long way. You can also go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That's where we receive 100% of your donation. You can also go to our physical address. You can mail us a check at 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. All right, Brick Suit. So we're just about 20 minutes away from President Trump's arrival. How do you feel right now?
I feel great, and I know that this is the time people have been out here all day, some of them from early in the morning, and you just get that second wave of energy. You can't believe it. The president is coming. Pretty soon you'll be seeing Air Force One land. Let's talk a little bit about Air Force One. It's a plane. It's got engines. That doesn't matter. It carries the hardest working president in American history. That's all you need to know about Air Force One. The president's on it. He's coming here, and you can feel that energy. People start getting their second wind, and this is a time when, boy, You just can't wait. You can't wait to see him step off that plane and deliver the message he's going to have for everybody here today. And it doesn't get old. It does not get old. It's such an incredible feeling when the rally starts. It's something you've got to experience if you can. I recommend it for everybody. There's going to be so many rallies coming on in the next few weeks, in the next 20 days. And yes, you can watch them here, but you should also go to them if you can. And let me just talk to you again about the donations. It's so important. This network is run primarily by contributions from you. So if you want to make a donation that goes completely to RSBN, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. When you donate there, all the proceeds are going to go to RSBN. You can use the super chat in YouTube. Again, know that YouTube is going to take a 30% cut on that. And of course, if you're old school, if you want to mail it in, you can send it to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344 in Auburn, Alabama, zip code 36830. Like we said, in the next 20 days, we don't know how many rallies there are going to be. It could be upwards of 30, approaching 40. We're going to need a lot of teams. They're going to be sending them across the country from space to space. There'll be days when there are 4, maybe even 5 rallies. And your support is what's going to enable RSBN to cover all of that and bring it to you. And one thing I want to add. Joe Biden, if he wins, President Trump said it best last night, if Biden wins, China wins. We can't allow that. Joe Biden is going to reverse all the gains we've made in the last 3 years. And it's not even Joe that's doing it. Joe's a puppet. Joe's a Trojan horse. He's just a mouthpiece for the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. With Joe, if we get fracking out, he's going to reduce our energy output. Everything bad will stem from his election. We've got to stay the course. We've got to let President Trump finish the job he started. Finish the job of draining the swamp and getting America first as the guiding principle for our government. Taking care of America, taking care of our interests. That's what our government should be doing. And that's why people oppose the president. I have no doubt about it. That's why people oppose him, because he's not a politician. He's an outsider. And he's shaken up their game, and he's giving the government back to the people. He is fighting for us so hard all the time, and we've got to fight for him for the next 20 days. So let me tell you about our sponsor, our partner here, Patriot Mobile. We know that leftist corporations like Verizon, they've empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts. Most recently, they sent $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. Now, it started with impeachment, and now they're exploiting the pandemic, as you know, followed by violent riots, and they're threatening next just outright violence and packing the courts as their next step. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America or to fund Planned Parenthood. So you can get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. And switching is easy. You can keep your phone number, you can bring your own phone, or you can buy a new one. And they even have their best offer yet. You can get a free month of service or a free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Let me repeat that. A free month of service or a free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. All you need to do is just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. I don't think I need to spell out Patriot. You all know how to spell that. Now, veterans and first responders, you're even going to save more. So please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN, patriotmobile.com/RSBN, or 972-PATRIOT.
Thank you very much, Brick Suit. We are just minutes away from President Trump's arrival in Des Moines, Iowa. The crowd is fired up. They're excited. They're dancing to Michael Jackson. They can't wait for the president to come and deliver some remarks. You know, what this president has done for the people of Iowa as well as the rest of the country is it's just amazing. It's incredible. And that's why we've got to re-elect this man. We just simply have to do it. I can't picture an America without freedom. I cannot picture an America where God is not centered. I can't picture an America where we don't support and uplift traditional family values. That's what made this country what it is. And we got to keep it that way. I see we got super chats coming in. Thank you very much. Jinland1, thank you. Jinland says, I have more friends coming. Jeffrey Bolduck says, love your network. Hope this helps. Do what you do. Awesomeness. God bless you, Jeffrey. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Debbie Treat says, we can do this. Yes, we can, Debbie, with your help and your support. It's going to take all of us. Go for Veteran Texas. Thank you for your super chat. Valiant Life. Thank you for your super chat. And Kathleen Bowden said, what happened with SEAL Team 6? Missed what was said in the judicial hearing. I'm not sure exactly. We've been out here covering this event most of the day. Cindy Hoffman says, thank you, RSBN, for what you do. Please say hi to my husband, Dick. Hello, Cindy's husband. Is he in here? Oh, I think you mean like he's here. He's actually at the event. If we see him, we'll say hello. Though I don't know how we'll know who he is. But anyway. Thank you for your super chat. God bless you. Thanks for everyone that's tuned in. Again, we're just minutes away. Minutes away. Everybody, please give this a thumbs up. Please share it. Get it on other platforms. Let's continue beating out the mainstream media as far as coverage goes for President Trump. I believe last night we had more than 100,000 watching. The other night in Sanford, Florida, we beat our own personal best record. We had 130,000 people watching. I think Fox News was the next closest. They had like maybe 80,000. I know NBC covers it. I think I've seen other networks cover it, but we run circles around them as far as coverage goes. Nobody beats us. It's because people like you. It's because of our supporters. Because you guys share our streams. Please give the stream a thumbs up. Please make sure you subscribe to Right Side Broadcasting. Subscribe and hit the bell notification so you'll get notified every single time President Trump has an event. Your donations send us to these events. We send multiple cameramen, we send multiple correspondents, and your donations help that happen. So please, guys, support us. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Again, rsbnetwork.com/donates. Thanks to everyone tuning in right now. Let's see what we got going on in the chat here. What are y'all saying? What's going on here? Someone said Kansas for Trump. Sam, thank you for your super chat. Sam says Trump 2020, make America great again. And free Kyle Rittenhouse. Even fake news Wolf Blitzer told Nancy to give us money. You know it's bad when even Wolf Blitzer's calling it out. What did you think about Wolf Blitzer taking Nancy Pelosi to task on how she rejected President Trump's, whatever it's called, the stimulus money, essentially? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm actually surprised because lately I've been seeing some pushback from a place I didn't think it would come from. And as much as we talk about the fake news, I wish they realized how easy it would be for them to get out of the hole they've dug themselves into. America would forgive them if they would just start reporting the truth. If they would just start telling the truth about the president, if they would just start telling the truth about American politics, they would be forgiven. I know they got a long way before they're going to do that because they're playing a different game. We're talking right now, yeah. So what I think is impressive is that I think even Jake Tapper was calling somebody out about Biden is sending his minions out to talk about how selecting Judge Amy Coney Barrett to become a justice is unconstitutional. And CNN was giving them pushback. I almost fainted. If I wasn't sitting down, I might have fallen over, saying that's not unconstitutional. That's just your opinion. Because it's unpopular doesn't make it unconstitutional. But that's what That's what the leftists are doing in the Democrat Party. They're taking their opinion and passing it off as the absolute truth. And one thing I want to mention, Donald Trump, in the last couple weeks, in the last month, has been nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes. 3. Now, CNN, a couple reporters said, well, he didn't win them, but they didn't realize those are for the 2021 prize. Now, I'm sure that President Trump would love to win those. But beyond that, he knows the real prize is peace. He has kept us out of foreign wars. He has kept us out of conflicts. And as much as President Trump has done for the veterans of America, I think one of the greatest things he's done is during his tenure to not create more wounded veterans by sacrificing our nation's wealth and our nation's manpower and our nation's spirit on needless foreign wars. He has kept us out of those, and he will continue to do that. And for those, the Trump doctrine as it will become called, a return to America taking care of their own needs first, looking out for their own interests, and avoiding these unnecessary entanglements into foreign wars, that is what he will be winning the Nobel Peace Prize for. And I predict that in 2021, he will win the Nobel Peace Prize for that. So as we're looking out over the crowd here, people are getting ready for the plane to land. You can see people looking expectantly. It's just the energy continues to build.
Yes, the energy is building in here. People are excited. They're fired up, as are you guys watching at home. Jinland said 60,000 more friends on the way. Thank you so much for that super chat. America 76 says Hunter's crack pipe works harder than Joe. We've also got Tara Calabrese. Thank you for being everywhere for us. God bless our President Trump. Love him. Katie, thank you for the super chat. Katie says, thanks for what you are doing. Danny, thank you for the super chat. 12th Man Hawk Alaska says, but why is Nancy Pelosi drunk all the time? Your guess is as good as mine, but I'm sure she's using taxpayer dollars to do it. Joe Looper said, I challenge everyone watching to donate. That is a great challenge, Joe Looper. Thank you, Joe Looper. That might be the super chat of the day. Guys, we're almost entirely viewer funded. If you want to see these rallies between now and the election, and if you want to see it without the bias and the spin, you got to support us. Support RSB Network. Go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can donate via super chat. The bottom right corner of this chat is a little $sign. You can donate to us there. You can mail a check, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Your donations will go a long way to sending us to these events. Every single one of President Trump's rallies. We're going to cover every single one that we can between now and the election. We're just minutes away from President Trump's arrival. And for those that are just tuning in, please do us the biggest favor. Give this stream a thumbs up, like this stream, so more people will see it, so more people will promote it. Please make sure that you like the stream, guys. Also, subscribe. Hit the bell notification. If you believe in freedom, truth, prosperity, if you believe in the United States of America, support this American-based company known as Right Side Broadcasting. We've been covering the president's rally since 2015, and we're going to keep on going after we get him reelected. All right, guys, so make sure you support us. And for those of you that are new that just tuned in, I need to tell you guys about our partner for the day. Our partner is Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts, most recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and his friends. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the Supreme Court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid the destruction of America and fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide support, same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number Bring your own phone or buy a new one. And now they have their best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call the US-based customer service team at 972 Patriot. Veterans and first responders save even more, so please make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, that's patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972 Patriot. We're just minutes away from President Trump's arrival, guys. We are here in Des Moines, Iowa. I'm grateful that that wind calmed down. That wind was insane. I had to tighten my hat. I thought my hat was going to fly off about 15 minutes ago. But we're good to go now. We'll have President Trump arriving shortly. We're excited to hear his speech, and you're going to see it in its entirety as you are tuned in here. I'm going to continue giving shout-outs in the Super Chats. Mario said, vote in person. It's imperative. We got a new member, DeWalt. Unjustly Ruler said Osama bin Laden was a decoy that killed Obama. Obama Biden knew and sent Iran $152 billion to cover it up. Valiant Life, thank you for your super chat. Virginia Faye, thank you again for your super chat. Lori Q said MAGA Trump 2020 keep America great. Carol Newton is a new member. Thank you, Carol. And I want to make sure I don't miss any. Kenan Palm, thank you for your super chat. SMG 325 says Trump 2020. Thank you, RSBN. Topher D said North Carolina is Trump country. Love from NC. Hashtag Trump 2020. Hacker Suck said nothing, but they gave a super chat. Thank you. God bless you. Rocky Raccoon. I love some of these names. Rocky Raccoon said, President Trump is our only hope. I couldn't agree more. It's so true. Aaron, thank you for your super chat. Aaron says, love right side. Challenge accepted. Arjun says, MAGA support from the Netherlands. God bless you, watching us all the way from the Netherlands. Thank you very much for that super chat. TJH says, praise the Lord, hallelujah. And we just had Brian Aldridge. Brian says, I encourage everyone to watch the documentary, The Plot Against the President, to open your eyes to how far the left will go to overthrow our president. I watched it before bed and woke up mad. Keep up the great work, RSB. Thank you so much. Wow. That challenge issued earlier has gone viral in the chat, you could say. Sherry Young, thank you for the donation. Eugene, thank you. Eugene says, go MAGA. And I think I'm caught up. I'm pretty sure I caught up. I don't want to miss a single one of them. Danny Elkins, I think I gave you a shout out. Yes. Okay, I think I'm caught up on the super chats for the time being. Appreciate you guys. Laura, thank you for your super chat. God bless you. Someone said MAGA from Michigan. Yes, guys, thank you so much. Okay, my neck was getting a little sore. I was looking down this whole time. I was reading the Patriot Mobile and then getting caught up on the super chats. We're so happy to have you here, Brick Suit. I think today is the day that President Trump actually will notice us from back there.
If he sees me wearing a suit and he calls me out, I'm part of the media today, I won't even be offended. I'll just say, but hopefully he'll see us. Maybe we'll get the shout out today. I don't know.
And hopefully we can get an RSB banner that we can hold up. So not only the fans see us, the people in the crowd, but that President Trump sees us. I mean, this is by far the best view that I think we've had. I mean, there's usually at least 1 to 2 big cameras in front of us on the podium or on the risers in front of us that obstructs our view somewhat. But this is the first time where I think we'll get seen. I think he's going to see us. And when he looks back here, we're gonna wave. We're gonna see what we can do to get President Trump's attention, and hopefully he will give us a shout out, because we know he's gonna call out the media. That's one of the things we love about him, is that he exposes the lies of the media. He exposes the double standards. Do you think we would even know just how corrupt the media is?
Look,
they're such hypocrites.
We all know that if Hillary won, it was over. We never would have found out half the things we now know. I mean, he had to be the one. He has to be the one.
Absolutely. And we're very close. I believe that usually when we hear this song, that means President Trump is near. And he's going to be on time today. Well, we're just a little after 6 o'clock, but Oh, Susan with a super chat. Thank you, Susan. Anastasia says, love the rallies. Thank you, RSBN. Trump 2020. Sam says, what we need to focus on as conservatives is fighting the censorship being forced upon us. Yes. Air Force One is upon us. Let me finish the super chat. I said, what we need to focus on as conservatives is fighting the censorship being forced upon us by Facebook and all the other social media platforms. Keep up the great work, RSB, Red Wave 2020 MAGA. Thank you so much, Sam. We appreciate you. Sean Robinson says, Donald J. Trump 2020. Let's go. Let's get it. Christina, thank you for your super chat. Alan says, fear nothing. Love will win over darkness. We will win with love, truth, and freedom. And
I'm getting the
PB,
goosebumps.
Getting the goosebumps there?
The goosebumps.
Shout out to my parents in Hawaii watching. Trump 2020 all the way, says PB Mama Ray. Thank you, PB Mama Ray, for your super chat. We appreciate you. And we got some more super chats to read out. Thank you, guys. Thank you. These donations go a long way to sending us to every single one of President Trump's rallies. And I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Mike Bingle says, MAGA from Florida, Trump 2020. And SVB, God bless America, Trump 2020. C. Kyle says, hands in the air for Trump. And I think I missed one. Hold on. Heidi says, Louisiana loves Trump. America First says, love you guys, but for crying out loud, you guys are advertising your sponsor every 5 minutes. It's feeling like a rally for your sponsor instead of Trump. Let me just say something about that, okay? The whole reason that you're able to watch this is because we are partnered with pro-America companies that help send us to these events. So while we do understand that you may be frustrated about that, we're trying to, first of all, promote an American company, but also that's how we're able to go and do this. We're trying to win this together. We have to win this together. It takes money to do this, so we appreciate you. But God bless you for the super chat. Joe J says, MAGA, Trump 2020, Mike Dipsett, keep doing what you do. RSB the same, awesome work. Thank you, Joe, we appreciate that. Christine Atkins says, God bless my president, Donald J. Trump. All right. We are just moments away from President Trump's survival. It's close. He is close, very close. Air Force One. You've seen Air Force One several times before, right?
Step over here so we don't block the shot. It's just amazing. Here it is, right there, the big bird, Air Force One. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. That is incredible. It is just incredible. The president has landed. The crowd is going crazy, and it is loud. That jet it's turned on the engines to do the braking. The thrust reversers are on. Pretty soon, it's going to be taxiing right in front here, probably right off to the right of the main podium. President will deplane. First, the traveling press corps, fittingly, will probably come out of the rear of the airplane, and then the president will come down the main door, as you've seen many times before. I think we're going to have a great shot of that tonight. You can't always know from when you're setting up if you're going to get a shot of Air Force One after it parks on the tarmac, but it looks like we're going to get a fantastic one, a fantastic shot. And the crowd is really, at this point, they're starting to get a little happy. You see them, they're throwing out some new hats here. They're getting the crowd pumped up, as if you had to pump up this crowd. You don't. They've been here so long, they've been waiting, and the president will soon be here. When that plane taxis up, when Air Force One taxis up, all eyes are on it. And no matter how tired everybody was an hour ago, no matter how fatigued, it all goes away. It all goes away. And it's just incredible to be a part of supporting this president. He fights so hard for us every day. And even when we don't see it, he's out there. He's got our backs. And we've got to have his for the next 20 days. We've got to get out there. We've got to vote. Everyone's got to take care of making sure they vote first. Make sure you vote in person. If you're in a state that has early voting in person, take advantage of it. And then get your friends. Make sure your friends have voted. Some states, like Pennsylvania, your voter registration deadline hasn't even passed yet. So if you're in a state where you can still register, make sure you're registered at your current home address and make sure your friends are as well. We can't give up. We can't just coast for these next 20 days. Don't leave anything on the table. Don't leave anything on the table. You shouldn't be looking back on November 4th thinking, I could have done a little bit more. I could have done just a little bit more to help the president. Right now, we should all be trying to do as much as we can. As much as we can. And everybody's going to have a different amount of support that they can give, but find something you can do. If you're volunteering, you can volunteer in a state and help drive out the vote in another state simply by doing phone banking. There's a lot of different ways you can still get involved. Don't think this election has passed you by. You've got to get out there, you've got to fight, you've got to do your part. And together, we're all going to support President Trump. We're going to bring this home. We're going to win on November 3rd. We're not going to know because all those places with the mail-in ballots will be counting for a bit. But let's get out there. Let's make the turnout so big, so strong in favor of the president on November 3rd that it's basically in the bag. That Joe Biden will have to break the advice he got from Hillary Clinton and actually concede early. As Air Force One is taxiing back into the picture, it's going to pass off to the right. It's going to turn around. It's going to come back even closer one last time. Just a beautiful sight. Oh man, what a gorgeous plane. Oh, it's coming nose in right now. I thought it was going to go beyond and come back on a different taxiway, but here she is, a beautiful head-on shot. Just so amazing. It's hard. I am now at a loss for words. Even though I've seen this many times, it's tough. I know I have to keep talking to be talking over the music so YouTube doesn't think somehow we're just streaming this out to pirate music, but it's just incredible. Incredible to see this plane arrive. It might be doing one more turn, I'm not sure. Just amazing though. The crowd is just pumped up. Everybody knows that they can watch this stream later. They can see it on the internet. They can pull up RSBN on YouTube and watch the entire rally, but everybody's got their cell phones out as well. So many people just soaking it all in as much as they can. And apparently the plane is going to go beyond and do a little turnaround because the doors are on the left side of the plane. I'm sure that's not the proper term, but as you look at the plane going forward, it's on the left. So he'll be here very shortly. Very shortly. I don't know what else to say. I don't know how long you've tuned in for right now, but if you haven't shared the link yet, if you haven't sent it to your friends, if you hadn't hit the like and subscribe buttons, there's a little bit of time for you to do that right now. Right now before the president's out here and starting out. Once he starts, keep in mind, we're not going to interrupt it. You're going to see the entire rally, the entire speech, start to finish. And no other networks can really make that promise for you. RSBN is the one who's doing that. So they are turning the plane around now. We can see it just over the top of some of the trucks that are forming the barrier. And I don't know, does this get old for you? Seeing the plane like this?
Oh no, never. No, I enjoy it every time. It's always a spectacle. I love to talk about how I used to see planes take off. My dad used to take me to see planes take off. So seeing a plane land, especially a big, Air Force One and the president being on it, I mean, it never gets old. And personally, I like being outside, so I love these open air outdoor events.
This is a great
weather permitted, of course. I mean, we've had some chillier rallies, but this is not bad at all, especially now if the wind calmed down. That wind was pretty crazy for a while. And the super chats keep rolling in. Cindy, thank you for your super chat. Mosh Master says, strike first, strike hard, no mercy. Defeat does not exist in Trump's Department of Justice. Okay. I didn't understand what that meant at first. Okay, gotcha. In Trump's Department of Justice. Bobby Gray said, God bless President Trump. He is for the people. BT said, is that Drew Carey? Oh gosh, Drew Carey.
No, I'm not Drew Carey. I've sometimes been mistaken for him, but I just tell you, the Trump was right. We gotta make a game show. The Trump was right. If I'm on again, we'll play that. We'll play a game show. The Trump was right.
That'll be great. Let's plan it. Paul, thank you for your super chat. Eugenia says Trump 2020 from West Virginia. And hold on. Denise said, thank you, RSB, for all you do. Looking forward to another great rally. God bless POTUS. More amazing years. Linda says, love President Trump, and Jim Jordan and Devin Nunes. And whoops. Wow. Hold on. Al, God bless from Ohio. Marsha K. Thanks, RSBN, for Patriot Soapbox. Good to see you, Brick Suit. We got a new member, Dare to Scheme. Thank you for becoming a new member. I read Bobby Gray. Moshmaster, I read that one. Cindy. And we got Paul. Spencer says, Trump Train 2020, love RSBN from Edinburgh, Scotland. President Trump will win big on November 3rd, and I will be watching here. Oh, we're going to send it back to the studio momentarily. Back to you, Joe.
All right. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Blake, also known as Brick Suit. Joe Seals back here. Just wanted to update you real quick and remind everybody, tomorrow is an early start. We'll be in Greenville, North Carolina. Let me turn that down. We'll be in Greenville, North Carolina tomorrow. It is a 1 p.m. Eastern time start. So make sure that you're tuned in for that. Then we'll then head to Florida again. We'll be in Ocala on Friday afternoon, early afternoon, and then a late night rally in Georgia. That is going to be so exciting. I am so excited to go to Georgia. Last time it was so massive. It was incredible. We are going to be bringing you 2 camera shoots like this. We are so happy to be able to do this to you. It's all because of you. Somebody asked earlier why we always ask for donations and things like this. We are viewer supported. And it isn't cheap to do what we do. This is unprecedented. We are a very small company. If you saw where I was working from right now, you'd understand what we've been able to put together is nothing short of incredible. And it's all because of you and your support. It's going to cost us, if you figure President Trump does 2 rallies a day, and believe me, with the final week averaged in there, it will add up to be about, I'm going to guess 40 rallies or so between now and the end of now and election day. If you figure the average cost to get to one of these to us is between $5,000 and $7,000, if we figure $5,000 on the low, I mean, we're going to spend $250,000 getting to every single one. It's going to be crazy. We are doing our best. We're going to continue to do our best to get there. But if you want to support us, and make that possible, rsbnetwork.com/donate. That will help us to get to all of them. It's going to be crazy. President Trump's the most high energy president we've ever had, and he is going to put on a clinic while Sleepy Joe sits in the basement. All right, back to the action there. I just wanted to update you. Tune in tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time. God bless. See you soon.
Brightside Broadcasting. President Trump has arrived in Des Moines, Iowa at Des Moines International Airport. We're just moments away from him taking the podium, where he will address his crowd of supporters. They're eager, they're enthusiastic, they are excited. And I want to thank everyone that's tuned in. We've got 80,000 people watching, and we are so grateful that you have joined us today. Brick Suit, we are excited. Why don't you tell all the people that just tuned in how they can help support us and send us to these events?
Okay, so I'll tell you about our partner, Patriot Mobile. Leftist corporations like Verizon and others have empowered radicals to tear our country apart by funding their efforts. Mostly recently, they sent $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and even packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values, and they won't send your hard-earned money to aid in the destruction of America or to fund Planned Parenthood. So you can get the same nationwide service and support from a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. And switching is easy. You can keep your phone number, bring in your own phone, or you can buy a new one. And now they've even got their best offer yet. You can get a free month of service or a free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. I'll repeat that. That's a free month of service or a free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their US-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. And veterans and first responders, they've got an additional discount for you so you can save even more. Make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/RSBN or 972-PATRIOT. Now again, we want you to know all of this effort is possible because primarily you are the ones who are sending in the donations. You are the ones that are allowing RSBN to cover these events, to cover these rallies uninterrupted. And the way you can donate to support us the most is by going to rsbnnetwork.com/donate. That's all the proceeds from that will go to RSBN to fund us going to these rallies. And like I said, we might have 30 to 40 of them in the next 20 days. You can donate on the YouTube Super Chat. And you can also send in your donation with the mail to the physical address of 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, P.O. Box 344 in Auburn, Alabama 36830. A lot of ways you can support us. We'd like you to choose one if you can. And another that's so simple. Subscribe. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and share these feeds. Share these rallies. Share your support of our president by showing these rallies to your friends. Got someone who doesn't understand what the love for President Trump is about, why so many millions of Americans support him and recognize that he has America's values first at heart and puts that into action? Hey, come on over. Let me show you a rally. Or maybe you're at work and you just pull up the RSBN and you're watching a rally at work in the lunchroom. That's a great way. Hey, what are you watching? Trump's last rally. Boy, he was fantastic. I'm telling you, there's so many ways that you can help us. We'd like you to pick just one of them. But however you do it, we thank you because it's your support. It's your support that enables us to be here to bring these rallies to so many people, and it's so important that we do it because no other outfits are doing this. Just really from the start of the rally to the end. It's just amazing the level of coverage you get here from RSBN, unlike you'll get from any other network. You won't see the crowd. You won't see how many people are here. There's overflows to the right. There's overflows to the left. As always, it's so hard to count because people are standing. We've got chairs. All I know is the crowd is large. It is pumped. There are thousands of people here, and the president will soon be coming off of Air Force One. I'm just stunned. I mean, it's so amazing to be seeing this from this perspective. I've been up front before. This is a different perspective being here with the risers, with the media, seeing this view. You can really take it all in. It's just incredible, and I'm so thankful to have the opportunity to do this. I don't know. The next rallies are coming up. You'll check them on the schedule. We've got one coming up, I believe, in I think North Carolina's next, and then there's Florida, Macon, Georgia. That's a 2 in 1 day, and after that, I've lost track. Frankly, I can't wait to be the next one. I don't know where I'm going from this rally, but I will be at more. I will be at more. And I'd like to see what President Trump, I mean, you never know what he's going to address. You never know what the topic's going to be. But I think he'll be talking about, as always, America first. I think he'll be talking about how a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for China. A vote for Joe Biden is a vote for giving up American freedoms. It's a vote against your Second Amendment. It's a vote against your First Amendment. It's a vote really against all your amendments, because what they'll do, and we know because they haven't answered the question when it's posed to them, they will pack the court. if by some miracle they are elected, they will pack the court. And by that, I don't mean they're going to fill legitimate vacancies, which is what we're doing right now with soon-to-be Justice Amy Coney Barrett. What they'll be doing is increasing the number of Supreme Court justices so that they can basically ram any type of policy they want through the Supreme Court. That will be their goal. And we have to keep that from happening. We have to keep that from happening. So, the president, he jokes about how many TVs he has on Air Force One. I hope one of them right now is tuned in to RSBN. How incredible would that be if he was watching us awaiting his exit right now? I'd like to think that at some point that'll happen, because he can't just, there's more out there than just the traditional media that's lying to you all the time. There's more out there than CNN and MSNBC and Comcast. There's so much more than that. And this media, RSBN, is here for you. And it's because of you that we can continue to do these telecasts. So, as we said, if you can donate, please do. I'm going to run through that one more time. RSBNnetwork.com/donate. That's the one where all the proceeds go to RSBN. That's the one where you'll do the most help in funding us to get to these rallies in the future. There's a super chat feature, easy to do in your YouTube. So use the super chat, and while you're there, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe and hit the like button, hit the bell notification, maybe send the link to someone else as well so they can watch along with you. If you want to mail in your donation, the address is 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. That's Suite 6, P.O. Box 344. That's in Auburn, Alabama, zip code 36830. A lot of ways you can support us. And again, the one that's super important is just that you continue to share this content with your friends and support President Trump and his message. Now, you may wonder why we don't just let this great music go on, but that's because we've got to talk. If we don't keep talking over this music, YouTube is going to flag it and take down the stream. So, as much as we'd like to just let you soak in the scene and take the whole ambience, we've got to keep rolling. We've got to keep talking. And I don't know, maybe there's a chance that President Trump today will bring up some of the troubles that's really affecting the Biden campaign. But there's so many, you don't know where to start. There's just so many. I'd like to see, we know he might talk about the wall. We've got 390 miles of wall built. They're building 10 miles a week. And the way they built that wall, typical fashion for President Trump as a businessman, they built prototypes. They built 8 prototypes down in San Diego. And then they went with a third, they went with something that was off the wall. They didn't even use those prototypes. They took the input of the Border Patrol and they came up with a better design. And that's the one that they're installing along our southern border at the rate of 10 miles per week right now. It's completely effective. I know in San Diego, we have triple wall, but it's going up. That is a big, beautiful wall, and Trump is going to get it done.
Thank you very much, guys. I want to give a few more shout outs to the people who just recently sent some super chats to us. Valiant Life, thank you. Jamabama Bananas says, we love President Trump's agenda to restore the USA first. God bless you. Thank you so much. Austin Riddle said, thank you, RSBN, for making it possible for me to be a part of these rallies. I currently am serving in the United States Air Force and working from Italy. It's nice to be able to watch everything happening back in my home area from here. Trump 2020. God bless you, Austin. We appreciate you. We will do our best to bring you every single one of these rallies. Just make sure that you're subscribed and you hit the bell notification so you won't miss one. Thank you, Charles Hazard, for your super chat. And I want to get caught up on these before President Trump takes the podium. James Wolf says, best president ever. Love RSB Network. We love you too. Thank you so much. Q says, thanks for your honesty broadcast. Thank you so much for your support. Mike, thank you for your super chat. Mary, thank you. Tracy says, keep America great. Seen a Trump parade in our town. Never see a Biden parade. Have you? No, I've never seen one myself personally. I think they're artificially created at this point. They're anticipating the president's arrival here. We got 92,000 watching. We're going to crack on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. Hello, Des Moines. Oh, it's been a good time we've had in Des Moines. They said, sir, it is so windy out there. I said, well, my hair is very powerful. It's very strong. It can handle it. But I brought it just in case. It may get pretty bad, but it's pretty windy. So thank you all very much. And I'm thrilled to be back in the American heartland with thousands of loyal, hardworking Iowa patriots. And 20 days from now, we're going to win this state. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. We're going to keep it going. And I must tell you, you know, I've just looked, a poll just came out. We're up 6. Okay, big deal. Now, didn't we win by 11 or something? We're up 6. And if I'm up 6, nobody has ever done for Iowa and the Farm Belt and the farmers and all. No more estate taxes, no more anything. I saved ethanol. Ethanol is saved. For me to only be up 6, I'm a little bit concerned, I'll tell you that. Because nobody's going to do for Iowa what I did for Iowa. We've just learned through explosive documents published by a very fine newspaper, the New York Post, that Joe Biden has been blatantly lying about his involvement in his son's corrupt business dealing. And this is a big smoking gun. The newly uncovered emails reveal that a top executive from the highly questionable Ukrainian company, it's an energy company, which paid Hunter at least $50,000 a month, but it's now looking like it could be $183,000 a month. That's a lot of money. Would anybody in this audience take it? I'll take it. We'll take it. Despite the fact that he had absolutely no experience, knew nothing about energy, wrote to Hunter arranging for a meeting to meet with Vice President Joe Biden. I've been saying this for a long time with that family. The same Ukrainian energy executive even sent Hunter an email saying, quote, "We urgently need your advice on how you could use your influence." In other words, Hunter was being paid for access to his vice president father, who was specifically put in charge of Ukraine and Russia. How about the Russia hoax? It turned out that they were the ones that did the Russia hoax. It was them. No collusion. No collusion. These emails show that Biden's repeated claim that he has never spoken to Hunter about his business dealings were a complete lie. It was a total lie. He lied to you over and over because he's trying to cover up a massive pay-for-play scandal at the heart of his vice presidency, and everybody knows it. Everybody in Washington knows it. We've known it for a long time. The fact is, there was never an administration more corrupt than the Obama-Biden administration. There was never. Just weeks ago, Joe stood before the American people in a presidential debate and told you that these claims had been totally discredited and that his son did nothing wrong. But now that turns out to be a total lie. Now we can see clearly that Biden is a corrupt politician who shouldn't even be allowed to run for the presidency. I was pressing Joe Biden to tell the truth because the corrupt mainstream media right back there, all those cameras right back there, they're corrupt and they refuse to write the story. There wasn't one time in almost 4 years during my presidency, during the greatest political scandal in U.S. history, a witch hunt, a horrible, horrible, disgusting witch hunt that should never, ever happen to another presidency again, and people should pay for the crimes they committed. Which turned out to be a total illegal hoax, that false and libelous stories every day, false and libelous stories, and they knew they were false too. They knew they were false. They were never taken down by Twitter or Facebook or the mainstream media, never once. Yet with Biden today, they take negative posts down almost before they even go up. They're trying to protect him. They're trying to protect Biden. They take him down. And I was just getting off that magnificent plane behind us, Air Force One. And I had heard, and I just don't know this for a fact, but they say Kayleigh McEnany. You know Kayleigh, right? Kayleigh McEnany. Good Kayleigh, she's so great. She's incredible. They closed down her account. She's the White House press secretary because she's reporting the truth. They closed down her account. So let's see what's going to happen. And did you hear the news? Bruce Orr is finally out of the Department of Justice. Bruce Orr. Him and his wonderful wife, Molly. She wrote all this stuff, and then he goes and he works at the Department of Justice, and he took it. Didn't he bring it to the FBI? The wife writes it. She gets paid a lot of money. Bruce Orr is finally out of the Department of Justice. That's good. A couple of years too late, that's all. He should be not only in the Department of Justice outbox, he should be someplace else, okay? 8 months after his alleged meeting with the Burmese executives. So this Burmese, they say, pronounce it Burmese. A real beautiful company. Vice President Joe Biden went to Ukraine and threatened to withhold $1 billion in aid if they did not fire the prosecutor that was investigating his son and the company that his son worked for. That's very miserable. The documents also show that before one of Joe's trips to Ukraine, Hunter emailed his business partner saying his lucrative contract should begin now. Think of that. Should begin now. Right now, it's got to begin. The whole thing is so incredible. Here's a guy. Look, let's just put it in simple language. He got thrown out of the military. That's unfortunate. He didn't have a job for a long time. His father becomes vice president, and he's making millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. Think of it. No, think of it. Think of it. It's like the Hillary stuff, the crooked Hillary, and it's the crooked Joe. You know, when a Democrat voter here in Iowa asked Joe last year, you remember, if his son raked in money in exchange for providing access, Joe called that man a damn liar. You're a damn liar. Kid's making millions of dollars. He had nothing. He didn't have a job. Thrown out of the military, sadly, but thrown out of the military. And he knew nothing about energy. He knew nothing about investments, knew nothing about China. How about he walked away $1.5 billion to manage for China? They don't do that with the most brilliant people on Wall Street. Vice President Biden, you owe the people of America an apology, because it turns out you are a corrupt politician. Okay? Joe Biden must immediately release all emails, meetings, phone calls, transcripts, and records related to his involvement in his family's business dealings, influence peddlings around the world, including China and including Russia. Hunter raked in a fortune from China while Joe Biden was giving China all of our jobs. They came, you know where they came from, Iowa, and plenty of other places, but they came from Iowa. He was giving them, they were taking our jobs, they were taking our factories, they were taking everything, they were taking our wealth. And I gave you $28 billion, say thank you very much, President Xi. It came right out of China. And because of that, everybody's happy in Iowa. I just hope you remember that on November 3rd. Hope you remember. Nobody else would have done it. Nobody else would have done it. If the Biden family treated the vice presidency as a for-profit corporation flying around the globe, collecting millions of dollars from China and Ukraine and Russia and other countries. In fact, the wife of the mayor of Moscow gave Hunter Biden a check for $3.5 million in cash, while his father gave away the store to Russia, including Crimea. Remember Crimea? The Bidens got rich while America got robbed. By contrast, and this is so true and so easily true, and I'm so proud of it in so many ways, I've given up billions of dollars to serve as your president, and it's my greatest honor of a lifetime. It's so true. I ran for president because I could not sit back any longer and watch the terrible injustices being done to the American people. And it's true. And by the way, before the China plague came in, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now it's going right back there. Our stock market is very close to a number that was even higher. Does everybody have your 401k ready? Because it's going through the roof. We're going to have the best year we've ever had, and we're going to have tax cuts, not tax increases. They want to increase your taxes. They want to increase your taxes so they can spend it on the Green New Deal.
It's another beauty. I cannot sit idly by and watch career politicians like Joe Biden continue bleeding this country dry. And that's what it is. You know, you can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. But when you have a kid that follows his father, and by the way, take a look at his brother. His brother all of a sudden is building a big housing development in Iraq. Have you ever built a development before? No, I haven't. Take a look at the whole family. It's a corrupt family. Joe Biden personifies the selfless and corrupt globalists who got rich and powerful at your expense. Take a look at the people that are funding his campaign. People assumed that they'd be funding my campaign. I don't want them. We don't want them. We never needed them. We don't want them. But they betrayed American workers, disparaged American values, and crushed our middle class. For decades, Biden and his cronies laughed while they shipped millions of your jobs to their friends in foreign countries, in countries that you've never even heard of. They lived behind gated walls and they flooded your communities with illegal immigration, deadly drugs, MS-13 savages that assault, rape, and murder innocent Americans. They forced our fellow citizens to live in crumbling inner cities while they spent trillions of dollars on never-ending foreign wars. They just never ended. But you know, we're bringing all our soldiers back home. You know that. We've been doing it for a long time. And it's not easy. Not easy. The military-industrial complex, not the easiest thing, but we're bringing them back home. We're almost finished in Afghanistan, coming in. We're down to a small number coming home by the end of the year, hopefully the end of the year, shortly thereafter. In Syria, we're out, totally out. And by the way, before I did this, we crushed 100% of the ISIS caliphate. 100%. We crushed 100%. We have the greatest military in the world, and by the way, we have built the greatest military in the world. So I just tell you from Iowa, you know, you're a very powerful state politically. You're a big state to me, big in your heart. But you have a tremendous influence and a tremendous power, and you've never let me down. You just came in and we won by so much. You know, they say if a Republican wins by 1 point, I think I won by 11, right? 11. That was early in the night. 100%. Remember that? They said Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa. Then they said, man, he won by 11 points. By the way, we have built the greatest military in the world. So I just tell you from Iowa, you know, you're a very powerful state politically. You're a big state to me, big in your heart. But you have a tremendous influence and a tremendous power, and you've never let me down. You just came in and we won by so much. You know, they say if a Republican wins by 1 point, I think I won by 11, right? 11. That was early in the night. Remember that? They said Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa. Then they said, man, he won by 11 points. What's going on? That was just the beginning. Then we won Ohio. We won Ohio by 8 points. They said, what's going on? You know, it's one thing you win a state, but when you win by a lot, and that was the beginning of something. And I'll tell you what, we have more enthusiasm now than we ever did 4 years ago. There really is true. And we have great poll numbers, although, you know, you see a lot of the fake poll numbers. They'll do anything they can. They're called suppression polls. Yeah, there they go. Look at the red lights. They start to go off as I start to point. You know, in one way they want the ratings, in another way they don't want to have the ratings, and you're telling CNN that they're a fraud in their broadcasting. No, that was one of the greatest evenings ever. There are those that say it was the most exciting evening in the history of television, highest rated evening in the history of television. And you know what? The election we have coming up on November 3rd is actually more important. It's actually more important. In 2016, you voted to fire the failed and decrepit political class, and you elected an outsider as your president, and I finally put America first. It's called Make America Great Again. It's windy out here. If you can wear the hat, I can wear the hat. Yeah. Should I take off the tie or not? What do you think? I don't know. Maybe yes? Oh, that feels so much better. That feels better. That feels good. Now we can all just relax and have a good time. No, but it's great to be with you. Seriously, we've had a great history here together. What we've done for you and what we've done for the farmers and what we've done for everything. You know, 2 weeks ago, you had the largest order of corn in the history of our country, right? 2 weeks ago, you had the largest order of soybeans in the history of our country and the largest order of beef. But you know why? Because China wants to keep me happy, that's why. It was from China because they know what they've done to us should never have been allowed. They could have stopped it. They didn't stop it. They should have stopped it. The only reason I'm your president is because the previous administration did a poor job, so poor, in fact, that I said, I'm going to run for president. And you know what? If they did a good job, I wouldn't have run. And if they did a good job, I guess I wouldn't have won. When you think, I wouldn't have run, and I wouldn't have won. But they were so bad, and it turns out they were so totally corrupt. We did not come this far to overcome this much and fight this hard, only to surrender our country back to the depraved Washington swamp. And I don't want to insult our great politicians because you have some great ones with us tonight. But if I don't always play by the rules of Washington and Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than ever. And I tell you what, I fight for you harder than any president has ever fought for anyone. It's not easy. But I love it because we're making tremendous progress. We're making tremendous progress. And the fact is that no administration in their first 3.5 years has ever done as much as this administration has done. You take a look at the list. And you know, it's amazing because they always challenge you. They challenge you on everything. They never even challenged me on that statement. I make that statement all the time. They just stand there. They say, they grit their teeth. They say he's right. We might hate him, but they say he's right. Right now, I'm fighting to eradicate the virus, rebuild the economy, and save our country from the radical left. And that's exactly what we're doing. As a candidate, Joe Biden has made yet another corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He has handed control to the socialists and Marxists and the lunatic left-wing fringe that are really running that party. He's not running it. We can all be nice. It's going to be my turn someday. It's even going to be your turn someday, my friends. Someday. But you know, when it is your turn, you can't be president. One thing I've learned, President Xi of China, he's 100%. Putin of Russia, 100%. Kim Jong-un, by the way, whatever happened to that war we were supposed to be in? Kim Jong-un of North Korea, 100%. These people are sharp and they're smart. Joe has lost it. In his best day, he wasn't a smart man. Everybody knows that. But Joe is gone. If he wins, the radical left will be running the country. They're addicted to power, and God help us if they get it. We'll never be the same country, and we will never be able to recover. And we are on a basis, and I'll tell you something, the country was coming together. I was telling a very good reporter today that our country was coming together because we were having such success, that I was being called by people that normally I wouldn't be speaking to too much. They don't want me, I don't want them. But we had the best employment numbers in history, African American, Hispanic American numbers, women, Asian, everything. High school diploma, without high school diploma, colleges, PhDs. We had the best numbers in every category. 160 million jobs. We were never even close to that. We were at 160 million jobs. And it was all coming together. People, let's get together, let's talk. You know, it's like splitting up the riches, really, and in a positive way, splitting up the riches. And what happened is we then got hit with the plague. And now it's back to the drawing boards, but we're going to have a strong V. The third quarter is going to be incredible when you see the numbers. Not that I know anything, because I don't want to give you inside information, because I don't have it. They'll say, he's giving away inside information. They are sick. But wait till you see the third quarter numbers, and it's going to be right before the election, before the November 3rd, although a lot of people will have voted by that time. Get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. But we were really coming together, because that's, look, ultimately we want to come together. Everybody come together. And we were really coming together. And then we got hit by this horrible situation. Could have been stopped. China stopped it from going into the rest of China, but they didn't stop it from coming out and going to Europe and the United States and the rest of the world, 188 countries. So we're now putting it together. We had it done, and now we're doing it again. And next year will be even stronger than last year. Last year was the best year we've ever had. And this coming year will be even better than last year. Unless somebody comes along and says, let's quadruple your taxes, which is what they want to do. They want to raise your taxes. They want to go with this ridiculous Green New Deal, which, by the way, their original price, $100 trillion, you couldn't do it for that. If we did great every year for 100 years, everything was perfect, right? No nothing, no recessions, no anything. You couldn't make $100 trillion. These people are crazy, and they actually mean it. They actually mean it. So we're going to get it going to a level that nobody can ever turn course on us. Nobody can ever change. I tell the story for years as a student of economies. I just love it. I love watching it. I love doing it. And I love seeing the results, because the results have been so incredible. But as a student, I used to hear for years, for 10 years, 2019, China, because look, let's face it, China's 1.4 billion people. We're 325. Not including illegal immigrants that are in the country, frankly. And we don't even know what that number. I said, how many do we have? We have no idea, sir. Well, I have an idea. By the way, our southern border is now stronger than it's ever been. But we have 330 million people. But for years I heard that China will overtake us as the world's largest economy in the year 2019. You've all heard it, I think, right? Yes? He's a very smart-looking guy. You're loaded with money, I'll bet. Look, that's why he's in the front row. He's in the front row, and he didn't have to stand here for 3 days to get there. I can tell he's got. But, right, 2019, that China was going to overtake us. Well, you go back 6 months, 7 months, not only weren't they overtaking, we were beating them by leaps and bounds and getting bigger and bigger and growing and taxing them and taking in billions and billions in tariffs. And when they targeted Iowa and the farmers of this country and ranchers and others, I said, no, you can't do that. No, you can't. And I put a 25% tariff on everything. And I gave a lot of the money, although I don't want to say it too loudly, $28 billion. I gave you 16 and 12. I said to Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, great guy, he knows more about farms. I said, Sonny, what's the number? He said, 2 years ago, sir, 12 billion they hit us for. And last year, 16 billion. I said, that's okay. We're going to put a 25% tariff. The farmers are going to get 12 billion, and then they're going to get 16 billion. okay? And we're going to give that money to our farmers, and that got our farmers even. In fact, I shouldn't tell you this because they don't like this, but some of the farmers were making more money the way they was doing it than by working their asses off, all right? They were very, very happy. But no, we took care of our farmers. No other president's going to do that. No other. That's why China got away with all of this stuff for years. And we had plenty of money left over after the $28 billion. It went into the U.S. Treasury. But they got away with it because they threatened a president like Obama. We're going to target your farmers. We're going to target the middle of our country. And Obama would say, oh, Betty, we better not get involved. I said differently. I said, if you do it, then what we're going to do is we're going to tariff your goods and we're going to give a lot of that money to the people that you're targeting. And you know, the thing that most impresses me about Iowa, Nebraska, and a lot of other states, if you look, by the way, Minnesota was so great, all of them, every one of them. Wisconsin was incredible. They never came to me and said, sir, you can't let this happen. They're stopping ordering. They're not ordering from us. They never said it. You know what they said? The president is right. At some point, we have to put up a stand. And I didn't hear one, even from fake CNN. They put people on television that said, I know it's not good, but the president is right. The president is right. You did the right thing. Because otherwise, it puts me in a bad negotiating position. You can't really negotiate. You know, it's tough. It's tough. I'll never forget that about the farmers. It's incredible. The other thing I won't forget, you don't mind if I go off script. This stuff is enough with crazy Hunter Biden and making millions of dollars a day. He made it because of his great intellect. No, but you know the other thing? Where's Hunter? Is Hunter here tonight, by the way? Hunter, congratulations on making a lot of money last year. You know the other thing I remember? In the White House, we had 36 farmers come to see me. I'll never forget it. And they were getting hit really hard. This was 2.5 years ago, early. And they came in to see me, almost all farmers. And they said, sir, we're hurting, but you're doing the right thing, sir. I'll never forget this meeting. It's early. I have pictures of it. Many from Iowa, but from other states, but many from Iowa. And I never saw it because everyone's always asking me for money. I want money here. Countries want money. Our so-called allies are always asking for money. Please defend us, even though then they rip us off on trade. You know, we defend them and then they rip us off on trade. They're always asking for money. So the farmers are in. And I said to them, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a big thing. I'm going to get you a lot of money, and I'm going to do for tariffs, and I'm going to do this to China. This is very early on in the strategy. And I'm going to subsidize you guys. You're going to be so happy. And I used a terrible word. They said, sir, may I speak? Yes. You can. What do you want to say? We don't want subsidy, sir. All we want is a level playing field. We don't want anything. All we want. Really? Right? It's true. I never heard that. Most people, they don't care. Call it subsidy. Call it give me cash. Just give me money. The farmer said and by the way, I could see there was like a chill in the room. I mentioned that word. I said, did I say something wrong? The farmers are unbelievable. They're the heart of this nation. They said, we don't want subsidy. I'll never forget it. Sir, we don't want subsidy. We don't want that. We just want a level playing field, sir. We'll beat anybody. We want a level. And it's to this day, I tell that story all the time because I don't hear that. Most people, they don't care. You can call it anything you want. You call subsidy, you call it anything you want. I just think you people are incredible, okay? That's it. Enough. Enough of that. Enough of that. Enough of that, or I'm going to make him cry, and he hasn't cried in 40 years, that guy. One of the most important issues for Iowa is the whole thing that happened with ethanol. They were killing ethanol. And Joe Biden's vowed to abolish fossil fuels. He supports all of the outside, this crusade to eliminate gas-powered cars. And his running mate sponsors the insane. She's the most liberal. By the way, did Mike Pence beat her, Rodney? You know the expression in boxing, or as my friend Dana would say, UFC? If that were a fight, they would have stopped it, right? Mike Pence, we love Mike Pence, and he loves Iowa too. He loves Iowa. He just left. The Biden-Harris platform will demolish Iowa ethanol. You know that, wiping out the entire industry. And we fought hard for it. You know, we went through the whole thing where we had no demand because of the pandemic. And we all fought hard to keep it going and keep the ethanol going. And we did the 12 months. You know, I did 12 months. Remember, it was 8 months. I said, why not 12? And they couldn't give me a very good answer. But I made it year round and 15%, right? Up from the 10, 15%. And it's great stuff. And when the market comes back, which is coming back, but in the meantime, you have inexpensive gasoline. That's not so bad, right? That's not so bad. Because nobody ever thought they'd see gasoline with a 2 in the front of it and less. And we've saved all of our energy jobs. And whether we like it or not, when we are having problem with energy, I called Russia and I called Saudi Arabia, and they reduced production by more than 10 million barrels a day. And our entire energy was saved all over the world, frankly. They're not doing it for us, but they're doing it for, let's say, everybody. And we have an incredible country, and we saved our energy industry, our energy jobs, and we are energy independent. And it's a beautiful thing. And by the way, I also made a little promise most of you won't understand. For those people in the ethanol world, you can use the pumps. Okay, do you understand that? You can use the pumps. In other words, you don't have to go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on new pumps. Because, you know, with the additional ethanol, the additional power, some people say, oh, make them buy new pumps. No, I don't want you to buy new pumps. You don't have to. So for those people that understood what I just said, you know what I'm talking about, right? Using the pumps, that'll be okay. To defend our rights and our Constitution, I nominated Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. Right? And I'll tell you, you know, I don't mind running against Sleepy Joe, but I wouldn't want to run against her right now. She has to promise. Please promise me, Amy, you'll never run. No, she's been great. She's so outsmarting these people with bad intention. You look at some of the questions that are being asked, and it's so obvious. These are not great chess players, let's face it. Let's face it, they're not great, but they're horrible, just horrible, nasty, and she handles it like nothing. She's a great intellect. And one of the reasons she has a highly respected professor who's been teaching for many years, said she was the single greatest student that he's ever had. And that sold me. You know, I believe in that kind of thing. It's called intelligence. I believe in intelligence. But I just want to, haven't spoken to her in a few days, I want to just say that we made the right choice, right, with Amy. And speaking about making the right choice, you made the right choice a long time ago with a man named Senator Chuck Grassley. And you made the right choice, and you're going to do it again, I hope, because she's great, Joni Ernst. And they're right now in Washington fighting to confirm our great new justice, our future justice of the United States Supreme Court. Joni has been fantastic, and she's been fighting for Iowa values for a long time. She'll call me, sir, can we do this? Nobody called me more on ethanol than Joni and Chuck. In fact, I used to duck their calls. Tell them I'm not in. Just tell them I'm not in. I can't take it anymore, Joni. But that's what a good senator is. They want to keep your state going. They want to keep our country going. They love our country. They love our state that they represent. So Joni Ernst, you got to get her in. And Chuck Grassley, we don't have to worry about him. He'll be around forever. He's great. You know what I love about Chuck Grassley? He's got that voice, that great voice. Even when he's being nice, he sounds like the toughest guy, right? And he's being nice. And he looked at Comey, remember, you know, the corrupt FBI director. And he looks at Comey. He looks at Comey, corrupt guy. And he just said, did you leak? And Comey choked. Yes, I did. He said in the House. Now let's see what happens to him. But I'll never forget Chuck Grassley, and he didn't mean it to be mean. He just sort of like got that rough voice. Did you leak? What? Yes, I gave it to my college professor friend from Columbia, yes. Remember that? We love Chuck. What a piece of work he is. If Democrats win, they will pack the Supreme Court with radical left judges who would shred our Second Amendment. And believe me, if they win, your Second Amendment is gone, okay? They'll empower violent mobs and shield deadly criminals and terrorists. Very simple. Joe Biden refuses to even answer questions unpacking the Supreme Court. How about this? They go up to him, do you want to pack the court? I'm not going to answer that question. You know why? Because they don't ask it. If he doesn't, me, it would be like, forget it. But they say, you were going to pack the court, sir? I'm not going to answer that because I don't want to say. Oh, okay, good. Next question. Can you believe it? This is the essence of our country. We can't allow this to happen. And the other thing is, they don't ask the second. I put up a list of 45 great, brilliant, conservative, in our case, justices that go by the Constitution as written, etc., okay? So, he's got to put up the name of justices or judges, whoever he'd pick, to become a justice of the Supreme Court. He's not doing that. They're not asking that question. They don't ask. Did you see the NBC thing last week where they had an NBC town hall? It was designed for a child, okay? When I get in, they ask me things that nobody ever even contemplated could be thought of. This guy, they're asking him these questions. Nobody can believe it. In fact, NBC took a lot of heat. They took a lot of heat. Biden's agenda would be a catastrophe for Iowa seniors. Everybody knows that. For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. Do you remember that? You do know he wanted to cut your Social Security and your Medicare. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and federal health care for illegal aliens, decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. And the problem is we all have a heart. I say it all the time. I'd love to take care of everybody all over the world. The problem is our country can't afford it. And if you start saying we're going to give free education, we're going to give you Medicare, we're going to give you health care, we're going to give you everything, our country will be flooded with millions and millions of people that are going to come from all over the world. They will decimate our country. You can't do it. Biden cares more about illegal aliens than he does for your senior citizens. It's true. Now, remember when they asked a question at the debate where the Democrats were up there? You had all these Democrats. They started off with 26. And in fact, I said, there's no way they picked Kamala because she treated him worse than anybody else. And her poll numbers were dropping like a rock, right? But they asked, who is going to give money, health care, to illegal aliens? And they all raised their hand. Remember Joe? He's looking around. Oh, yeah, he didn't understand the question. He did. You know, at least he has an excuse because he has no clue what the hell they're asking. But do you remember his position? He was like this. Their hands are all up. We're going to give all our money away. Forget about all you people. That's a big crowd, by the way. Look at that. Show it, please. Turn those cameras, please. That's a beautiful crowd. That's beautiful. But remember, Joe, so he's standing there. He's going to give health care to illegal immigrants, people that come into the country illegally, in other words, right? They come in illegally. And under a plan, they have the manifesto. They want to give them a lawyer. That's what we need is more lawyers now, okay? They want to give them a lawyer. They want to give them education. They want to give them health care. But they asked a question, and I said, wow, because I think they had like 26 people originally, but every one of them raised their hand, including Sleepy Joe. And what happened is Joe's like this, everybody other hand, and Joe, you could see he's, for 47 years, he's got the itch because he's like, he knows this isn't going to work. He's saying to himself, because, there's still something left, not much, but he's saying to himself, there's a natural instinct, right? A political instinct. And his shoulder went up, and then his hand. So I don't know. I don't think I'm even going to hold it to him. I'm not going to hold him. I get enough. How about the no fracking? We will not frack. Do you understand me? We will not. Then he gets a nomination. He goes to Pennsylvania, where they are reliant on energy and fracking and the jobs. Probably 900 to 1 million jobs, right? Goes there. The day after he says he's not fracking, he says, we will frack. We will frack. And they don't hold it to him. If I ever did that, it would be the end. But never going to be the end for us either, is it? Huh? You know that. Never going to be the end. Because we have something going that nobody has ever had going. We have a relationship with the people that nobody's ever had. Not because, I do think I'm a nice guy. A lot of people, they say suburbia, the suburban. I've saved the suburbs, okay? I've saved the suburbs. Then I heard I'm not doing well with suburban women, okay? I got rid of. No, it's true. They say that. But of course, they said that last election, too. He will do terribly with women, terribly. And then when I did great with women, they said, man, he did well with women. Same thing's going to happen. You know what I find? Suburban women, period. They want security. They don't want their home values going down. They don't want a low-income housing project built in the middle of suburbia next to their house. And we have a rule that's a disaster. It's a regulation. And I said to Ben Carson and some people, I say, I want to terminate it. They looked at me, they go, well, we can amend it. I said, you don't understand. I want it terminated. You all know about it. It's a disaster where they change the zoning and they make it impossible and you end up with low-income housing all over the place. And remember this, 29 to 30% of the people living in suburbia are minorities. So this has nothing to do with discrimination. It has nothing to do with anything. What it has to do is with the American dream. The American dream. We're not going to destroy the American dream for stupid people like Cory Booker. And he was putting Cory Booker in charge. How about that one? That's a beauty. Yeah, he did a great job as mayor of Newark, New Jersey. That worked out. How's Newark doing? This election is a choice between Trump recovery at a level that nobody's ever seen before, and a Biden depression. If they get elected, they're going to double and triple and quadruple your taxes. You will have a depression, the likes of which this country has never seen before, and that probably includes 1929. Okay? And one thing we learned about the farmers, they don't do well in depressions. Do we agree? They don't do well. Nobody does well in a depression. You will have problems like you've never had before. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, prolong the pandemic. And by the way, for those states, open up your states. Open them up. Watch. On November 4th, all these Democrat governors that have lockdowns, right? I said right at the beginning, I think it was me that came out first. They'll try to say 20 years ago, somebody said the same thing. But I said the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And if you look at what's happening with these lockdowns to children, get the children back to school. Like, I'll give you an example. The children, 99.9%, Barron Trump, he had the Corona-19, the China virus. It's got 21 different names. I could go over it. But to me, Corona means Italy. China is China. And it came from China. So he had the China virus, right? And he had it for such a short period of time. I don't even think he knew he had it. Because they're young and their immune systems are strong and they fight it off. 99.9%. And Barron is beautiful and he's free. In fact, my wife, our first lady, who loves Iowa, by the way, our first lady, she put out that Barron has tested positive. And I said, wow. And we talked about it. I said, you put it out, you're not, it's like personal stuff, but we really have it. I said, yeah, let's put it out. Barron's tested positive. Within like 2 seconds, it was, Barron is just fine now. He's tested negative, right? Because it happens. People have it and it goes. get the kids back to school. We got to get the kids back to school. Get them back to school. All right? Get them back. Get them back. And when I had it, you might have read, maybe most of you don't know this, but I had it too. I didn't love it, but it's a little tough, and you have a temperature, and you don't feel good. And then the scarier part is, where's it going? It's fine. You're at a 101 or 102, and then you say, I don't love this. You haven't had a temperature in years, and then all of a sudden you have it. But you see what happens to people. And I went to the hospital, and it's an incredible hospital, Walter Reed. I've seen what they've done because I've been there many times for our great warriors that come back so badly wounded. And these doctors are incredible. And one thing when you're president, I'm laying in this bed, not feeling my best. And I'm surrounded by 12 doctors. One's the head of Johns Hopkins. One's the head of Walter Reed. One's the head, these incredible doctors. And I looked at the alternatives, all things we developed in the last 7 months. And one of them is Regeneron. And I said, I'll take that one. Because it very early into testing, but it had great numbers. And I'm telling you, they gave me this, and they call it a therapeutic. To me, it's a cure. Because I felt like Superman the following morning. I felt like... In fact, I made a speech about a day later, 2 days later, somebody said, he looks better now than he did 2 weeks ago. What the hell's going on? So this is what's happening. We're making tremendous progress. The vaccines are coming out very soon. A lot of great things are happening on that front, but a lot of great things are happening for our country. I'm working to make the antibody treatment that I received I want to give it to all of the people that qualify for it. People in hospitals, people just before they go to hospitals. We'll clean out our hospitals. Eli Lilly makes a very similar drug, and we're going to do it free. We're going to do it free. It's not their fault. We're going to do it free. So we're in that process of getting an emergency, it's called emergency use authorization, and we're going to Regeneron and the Eli Lilly comparable drug. We're going to give it to everybody, and I hope they have the kind of luck that I have. But maybe I would have been perfect anyway. I like to say I didn't need it. I would have been perfect anyway because I'm so strong. I said that. I said sarcastically, well, I'm in no danger because I'm in perfect physical shape and I'm very young. And CNN goes and reports, President Trump lied to the American public. They said, can you believe this? This is, I was telling last night, we had an incredible rally in Pennsylvania. They're doing it to CNN. I thought they were doing it to me. I said, we don't have too many of them anymore. Do you ever notice, at the beginning when we started, we'd always have the phony people that stand up and, raise their voice, then go home to mom and get bawled out. I don't know. I shouldn't be talking about this because all of a sudden but we don't have that anymore. I learned about the cameras because the cameras never like show. Look at that. Look where that crowd goes to. Look where that crowd goes to, all the way back to the buildings. And I'm always telling, I never thought the cameras could move. And then I just noticed whenever we had a troublemaker in the audience, they'd spin around, they'd be in like a pretzel, right? They can do anything, these guys. I thought they were like rigid, like a rigid piece of steel, they don't turn. But if we had in the back room behind the pillar, that camera would be turning around like a snake, 15 different angles. But that sounds good. That's a brand new F-35 fighter jet. You can't see it. They say it's the greatest plane in the world. And by the way, speaking of that, our military, when I came in, the world's most overrated general told me, sir, we have no ammunition. Because we may have had a conflict very early in. And I said, no president should ever hear that. And we have rebuilt our military, $2.5 trillion, all made in the USA, with equipment like that, the likes of which no country has ever seen before. We are the envy of Russia and China and any other country. We have equipment that nobody has, our missiles, our rockets. Our nuclear has been totally upgraded, and pray to God we never have to use it because I see what happens. Pray to God. But if we didn't have that, we could be in very big trouble. It's a very tough situation. But you look at the new tanks that we've ordered from Ohio, by the way. We kept the Lima the Lima plant. I said, keep it open. They were going to close it. I said, keep it open. Before I became president, I said, keep it open. Because I visited it. I said, you could never build a plant like this. You could never get the people to make the tanks. And we're going to be ordering tanks. We've totally rebuilt our military. We have the greatest missiles, rockets, tanks, fighters, bombers, tankers, ships in the world. All made in the USA. USA, 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 USA. You can be proud of your country. Look at this young, handsome farmer. You gonna be a farmer someday? You gonna be a farmer? Huh? He goes, hell yeah. I'd like to be a farmer too sometimes, I'll tell you. We're joined tonight by some incredible friends and great people. Your governor, who's done an incredible job, Kim Reynolds, and Kevin, her husband. Where's Kevin? Thank you, honey. Really great job, Kim. How we doing, by the way? Okay, we're looking good? That's good. Thank you for everything, Kim. As well as Lieutenant Governor Adam Gregg. Adam, thank you. Thank you very much, Adam. Great job. Iowa Secretary of Agriculture, Mike Nagy. Mike. Where's Mike? Thank you, Mike. Iowa Senate Majority Leader, Jack Whitmer. Thank you. See the way they all stay together? They like each other. Speaker of the Iowa House. Oh, you got to tell me this. This is good genes, I think, right? There are genes involved here, right? Pat Grassley, right? Good genes. What's the relationship, Pat? Huh? That's good stuff. You got good stock. I want to bet on that guy in the future. Thank you very much. Great job. I hear you're doing a great job. We're doing all right? Good. Thank you, Pat. Ambassador Terry Branstad. Okay, do we have time for one quick story about Branstad? Okay. Because his son Eric is even better than him, but I'm not going to talk about it. And here's a guy that doesn't mind me saying, you know, a lot of fathers, they get angry if you say that. Oh, I'm better than my son. Those are not great fathers. This guy's proud. His son is great. But when I met Terry, it was long before I thought about this, and I heard the governor of Iowa was in New York, and he wanted to see me, and I said, oh, what the hell do I want to see the governor of Iowa for? You know, I'm putting up buildings, and I'm saying, all right. And I invited him before I ever thought about really doing this, you know, early on at least. And he came up, and a humble guy, great guy, handsome guy, that face, right? And he sat down. I figured I'd give him like 5 minutes. Kim, no longer than that, 5. And I ended up spending an hour and a half. I said, that is the smartest governor. And then I learned, and as you know, he was the governor for 24 years. That's an all-time record in the United States, right? 24 years. And he told me a story in the first meeting. That was before I think that I was even thinking about doing this. And again, it's only because Obama and Biden were so bad. I said, let me do it. I wish I didn't have to, but I'm having a lot of fun because we're making such progress. But he told me a story. He said, you know, many years ago, I met a man in China because he was selling corn. Can you believe it, right? Corn, crops. And he was selling corn. And he said to his wife, this is 35, 40 years ago, he said, I met a man in China and I went home to my wife. And I said, you know, I just met the next president of China many years forward, but I just met a future president of China. And I said, who was that? It was President Xi, who's now the president of China. And I said, you gotta be kidding. He said, nope, I could tell right from the beginning. He was different, and I'm not happy with what's going on, but he said, I just met the next president. And then I remembered that story, and then I ran, and he was so incredible to me in Iowa, and he wanted us to win, and his son was very much in charge of what we were doing, and it worked out great, and we won by a lot, and then we won the whole thing. And I said, you know, we have to pick somebody really smart for China. And I said, you know, the governor of Iowa came to me and told me that story. And I called him. I said, how would you like to be ambassador to China? And he said, sir, I've been doing this for 24 years. It would be an honor. And I have to tell you this. He represented us great with China. He represented us great. I never told that story. I never told that story. But about a month ago, he called. He said, "Sir, I want to come home now. I want to make sure you get reelected. I want to come home." And he's out there. I know he's out there working, but we love him. He's a special guy. You got a couple of real beauties with Grassley and with this guy. I'll tell you what, a couple of great people. Thank you very much for everything. Great job you did as ambassador. The only question I have is, do we call you Mr. Ambassador or Mr. Governor? What do you like? Either one. He said either one's okay. That's him. Anyway, thank you very much. Great job. I want to introduce another one who's one of the best, maybe the best in the whole country. He's the chairman of the Iowa GOP, Jeff Kaufman. You look good, Jeff. You lost weight, Jeff. You lost weight. I'm proud of you, Jeff. You do a great job. How are we doing? He said, Iowa's ours. Always be careful. He said, Iowa's yours. I said, never say that. The last one, you know, Beto, remember when he said he was running for president, he was doing okay, and he was on the cover of a third-rate magazine called Vanity Fair, and he made the statement, "I was born to do this." I said, that's the end of his political career, and he was born to do it. That didn't work out. I hear we're doing great. Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Congressional candidate, a star, a guy who's going to be fantastic, David Young. David, thank you. We got a lot of good candidates. We're also joined by a very special guest, one of the greatest wrestlers in American history. You know that, right? He's an unbelievable guy. I've known about him for a long time. Do we all love Jim Jordan, our congressman, right? Right? Jim Jordan is a great wrestler, a great NCAA champion and all. A lot of people don't know that, but Jim's from Ohio. But he says the greatest of them all is a guy named Dan Gable. You ever hear of Dan Gable? And listen to this. I mean, I have to tell you, is Dan here? I hope he's here. Come here, Dan. Come on. Come on. Look at this. You mean I can't take this guy in a fight? Can you believe it? Huh? Wow. Wow. Come here, man. Hey, Dan, I'm immune and I can't give it to you, so that's good. We love you. But I met Dan a few years ago, and I looked at him and I said, how come he's 181-1? Think of it. He won 181. People don't know, like, that's like crazy. 181-1. I'm going to ask you later on who is the one. I want to find out who. But he did something else. He won the Olympics, 1972. And to do that, he had to wrestle against the 6 greatest wrestlers in that weight class in the world. And he did something never done before. He didn't yield 1 point throughout the whole thing. And he ended up beating, in the Olympic finals for the gold medal, he beat the great Russian wrestler, didn't get a point. He went through the whole thing. Nobody got a point. And I'm looking at him and I'm saying to myself, I'm telling you I could take him, but I better not try it. But Dan has been inducted into the USA Wrestling Hall of Fame, the US Olympic Hall of Fame, the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, and the United World Wrestling Hall of Fame. And he's become University of Iowa's all-time most winning coach. In fact, Jim Jordan said he was as great a coach as he was a wrestler. He won many. How many championships did you win as a coach, Dan? 15. 15. And I come from a town where you have the Jets, they never win. You have the Mets, they never win. He won 15. That's called talent. It's called extraordinary talent, actually. And what I did is I thought about it. I thought about it long and hard. We're very selective. So the Congressional Medal of Honor and the Presidential Medal of Freedom are the 2 greatest awards you can get in our country. And I'm proud to announce that I will be awarding very shortly at the White House in the Oval Office, Coach Gable, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow. That's humbling. That's humbling because that's the highest honor. I'm used to winning and have to doing it on the mat. But because I did it so many times on the mat and in other places that I'm actually getting some other awards where I can just do it and they give it to me. See, the thing about this guy is I've coached a lot of athletes over all the years, and I'll tell you what, when I look at them and I hear them, they kind of remind me a little bit of this guy right here. And every one of them, you had to mold. Every one of them, you had to learn a little bit more. They had to get better. And every one of them did, and that's why they were not just one-time champions. This guy's already a one-time champion. But because he's open for learning and he's already very competent, that he's going to be a multi-champion President of the United States of America.
Well, he's the pride of Iowa, and he's great. You know, you always try and figure out what makes a champion, because you look at him, nice guy, good-looking guy, all that stuff, but why is he 181-1? Why is he a gold medalist that's done something that nobody ever did? Didn't allow 1 point of any of these wrestlers, and they're all the best in the world, the toughest. And there's just something different, and you'll probably never figure it out. It is with great champions. You see it, and you see it all the time with great champions, but there are very few. Jack Nicklaus, you see it. Tiger got the same award. When Tiger won the Masters a few months ago, I said, you know what? That's an incredible thing he did. And we gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and he said it's one of the greatest honors. He actually said it's his greatest honor. I said, Tiger, you deserve it. You know, he went through a lot, and he came back, but you have great champions, and they're different, and nobody knows why. That man is different, and he's a champion, and it's an honor to present you to the people that love you most, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you. Under my administration, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we're doing it again. We've got a V shape. We're going to see some very big numbers, and you're seeing it. In my first 3 years, family income increased by $6,000. That's more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years under the last administration. African American income grew 9 times more than it did under Biden and Obama. We lifted 6.6 million Americans out of poverty. So proud of that. African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, and Asian American unemployment all reached the lowest levels in history. At the end of the last administration, the Congressional Budget Office projected fewer than 2 million jobs would be created over the next 3 years, and we crushed that prediction and created almost 8 million jobs. Nobody can believe it. And we're doing it again. My policies have benefited those who needed it the most. The bottom 50% of households saw an astonishing 40% increase in net worth. After our tax cuts, wages grew fastest for the nicest, I mean, it makes me feel so good, blue-collar workers. They were the ones that had the biggest benefit from what we did. Since the China virus, we have created a record 11.4 million jobs. That's a record. We've never created jobs at a level at which we're creating them now. We've already cut the unemployment rate in half. We're down to 7.8%. Sounds high, but a lot of people said we're going to be at 42%. We're down to 7.8 and going down rapidly. Under Biden, it took 30 months to recover more than half of the jobs lost. 30 months. We did it in 5 months. Jobs have been recovering. Think of this. Jobs have been recovering 23 times faster than the Obama-Biden recovery. 23 times faster. Not 23%, 23 times faster. I've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. He supported NAFTA, a disaster. Now you have USMCA, it's the best, it's now kicked in. He supported TPP, would have destroyed your farms, would have destroyed everything, and our auto industry would have been gone. And he supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization, a catastrophe for our nation. You know, China tries to get away with the fact that they are a developing nation. Not anymore. If Biden wins, China wins. That's what's going to happen. If Biden wins, China will own our country. They'll own it. And if we win, Iowa wins, and America wins, and we're going to win for a long time. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA where they belong. And as I mentioned, one of the things that was very important to me was to eliminate the very unfair estate tax or death tax on small businesses and farms. So now if you love your child and you're a farmer and you think he's doing a great job or she's doing a great job and she wants to keep the farm or he wants to keep the farm, there is no more estate tax where they have to go out and borrow a fortune to pay the tax. Is there anybody here who has a child to which they do not want to leave the farm because they don't like their child? Because, raise your hand, please. Does anybody have the courage? Yeah, there's one person over there. He says he's only kidding. No, but it's a big thing. I mean, look, it's a big thing. A lot of farms were put out of business. The parents, they pass away. They leave the farm to the son, the daughter, to the family, and the family has to go out and borrow a fortune, and then they have a little bad season, a couple of bad seasons, and they end up losing everything. We don't have that anymore. We cut the estate tax. It's out, gone. These are things a lot of people don't even know. We got that. Along with the tax cuts, we got that. Biden wants to repeal our tax cuts and massively raise taxes on your family farms. And what we did was hit the, you know this, I mean, you know exactly. We hit it so quickly. We hit so hard. We hit so strong on this whole tax situation because the farmers were being treated unfairly, so unfairly with respect to taxes. I quickly issued a major disaster declaration, and I will be with you every step of the way. And I think Kim will say this, your governor, when you had floods all over the place, you were like a large-scale swimming pool. I hate to say it, Iowa. I looked at the pictures that your governor sent. I said, Kim, I never knew that this was oceanfront property. And we took care of you, right? We gave you everything you needed, and we got rid of we rebuilt the dams and the dikes, right? We rebuilt it, and we rebuilt it fast. My opponent has put forward a radical plan to eliminate U.S. borders by implementing catch and release, imposing deadly sanctuary cities, and suspending all removals of illegal aliens. So if you have somebody that's a murderer or rapist, we can't do it. They agreed with Bernie Sanders, crazy Bernie. There's nobody that knows how to lose like Bernie. 4 years ago, he lost. He went home happy. He lost again because Pocahontas refused to get out of the race. Otherwise, I would have been running against Bernie. I don't know which is better. There would have been a lot more enthusiasm for Bernie, smaller base, more enthusiasm. But he got, I'll tell you, we're going to get a lot of the Bernie voters because they don't like Joe and they love our policy on dealing with other nations, because they love our policy on trade, because they understand. They happen to understand that, but they also know we can do something about it. Bernie would have never been able to do that. The United States would be completely overrun in a matter of days. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history, and we are finishing the wall. It's now over 400 miles long. It's already built, and as I said, Mexico is paying for the wall. You know, we did more. One of these fake reporters said it. We did more. One of the only politicians that's ever run, forget about politician, but one of the only politicians ever run that actually has done more than he or she has promised. As an example, I campaigned a lot in Iowa. I never mentioned the word Space Force. But when I got into office, I realized I looked at Russia, I looked at Kim Jong-un, I looked at China. I said, we need a Space Force. And we got Space Force. I never talked about it on the campaign trail. We also passed VA choice for our great veterans and VA accountability, things that they said were impossible to get done. So now instead of waiting online for weeks and weeks, if they have to wait, they go out to a doctor, we pay the bill, and it's been a great thing. 91% approval rating in the VA. They're doing a great job over there. Think of it. I mean, I shouldn't be telling you this because they'll find the vet someplace who's unhappy. But think of it. All our lives, we used to see on the evening news horror shows with the vets and the vets and the vets, and it's terrible what they're doing. You don't see any stories about the VA. You don't see any stories. We have done 91% approval rating by the vets for the VA, the job we're doing. And we defeated 100%. You know, we're bringing our soldiers home, but we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in Syria and Iraq. And when I took over, it was a mess. And we killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. They were looking for him for years and years. And we then took out the world's #1 terrorist and the mass murderer of American troops and many other troops and many other people. Qasem Soleimani is dead. Dead. One of the biggest things to happen in the Middle East in 50 years. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear catastrophe. $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash for nothing. The deal's practically expiring now anyway if we didn't terminate it. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And you know that presidents have been talking about that for decades. Every president said they were going to do that, then they never had the guts to do it. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And that's been 52 years they've been talking about that. I got it done in about 2 hours. And instead of endless war, we're forging peace in the Middle East. So I get nominated for 3 Nobel Peace Prizes, different subjects. And I told the story the other night. I was in Florida, Pennsylvania. I told our First Lady, darling, we're going to have the greatest publicity I've ever had tonight. I got nominated for the Nobel Prize. Do you know what that is, darling? Let's go home. So I leave for the first time in a long time early. I get home, I turn on the television. They talked about your floods in Iowa. They talked about how's Iowa doing the crops? How's this happening? How are they doing in Florida? 3, 4 stories, one after another. Where's my Nobel Peace Prize? They don't talk about it. I said, you know, darling, this news is a little tough. It's a little tough to crack. When Obama got his Nobel Prize, it was so early, he didn't even do anything. He still doesn't know what he got it for. They said, why did you get it? He said, I have no idea. And it was the biggest story. It was all over the place. With me, I got 3, and they got 3 nominations. Nobody talks about it. So at least I figured I might as well mention it, right? Kim, I should mention it, right, Kim? Kevin, right, Kevin? Kevin, stand up, please, Kevin. There's the guy. They went on a hunting trip. My son, Don, he loves hunting, and he went, Kevin, Don, and about 300 of the governors, your previous governor's friends, and they all went hunting, and it was like 25 degrees below zero. The only two guys that stood out there the whole time were Kevin and Don Trump Jr. And they came back. Everyone else was back in about 15 minutes, Terry, right? They were all back, and they wanted to go back into the lodge. The hell with this. And after a weekend, my son comes back, and Kevin comes back, and you two guys didn't even know what they were talking about. You didn't know what the problem was, right? People don't know that about Don, and they don't know that about, but Kevin is fantastic. Thank you, Kevin, for being here. Appreciate it. He's a real guy. So I'm ending the old wars, and Biden will lead us into new wars, and we did more in 47 months than Biden did in 47 years, and that's a fact. And if you look at the Democrats, they're pushing the most far-left agenda ever put forward by a presidential nominee. Their plan would destroy your Social Security, destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. Biden vowed to terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions. You know, I got the travel ban. Everyone said, oh, that's not nice. I said, really? It's not nice to come up and blow up cities either, is it? We won in the United States Supreme Court, and he wants to end it. And surge refugee admissions by 700%, meaning 700%, opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. No, thank you. No, thank you, Sleepy Joe. He'll ban school choice, and he'll ban charter schools, very important places, and it all starts. You know, civil rights all starts with the education, and we need school choice. In the second term, I will provide school choice to every parent in America. We've already started. We've already started. You know, it's an incredible thing because it's great education for less money. It's sort of a crazy thing. Less money, great education. And just to sort of finish up, a vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already happened. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep America out of ridiculous, horrible, endless foreign wars. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might. We have never, ever been even close to as strong as we are right now. Greatest equipment ever in our history. And we will ensure peace through strength. And if you remember when I ran, they said, oh, he's a very militant kind of a guy. We'll be in a war the first week. Well, where's the war? Where's the war? And I'm making other countries pay because, you know, NATO, they weren't paying their bills. They were delinquent, to use a New York real estate term. They weren't paying their bills. I said, you got to pay. The Secretary General of NATO is my single biggest fan. They're paying $130 billion a year more now because I said, look, you got to pay. You got to pay. They rip us on trade, and then we're supposed to protect them. The European Union. So NATO. So they're paying $130 billion more, going to $410 billion more each year. So that's it. Where are the wars? He's going to get us into a war. Where are the wars? They don't want any part of us. Nobody wants any part of us in the world. And we're tired of being ripped off as a country. We will end surprise medical building. We will, you know, the surprise medical building is a disaster. It's ending as of January 1st. Require price transparency, all signed, all done, January 1st. Can you imagine if I lose and I've done all these things, they kick in on January 1st? You're going to say, boy, that Biden's done a great job on price transparency. And they'll say, what do you think? And he has no idea what the hell it is. And further reduce the cost of prescription drugs, we went to a favored nations clause so that we will pay the lowest drug prices in the world, okay? We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. And you know, when I took over, NASA was basically closed. It was shredded. It was nothing. And now it's the #1 preeminent space center anywhere in the world by far. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust," and it won't change. For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Iowa. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your workers and co-workers, and get the hell out to vote, because if I don't get Iowa, I won't believe that one. I may never have to come back here again if I don't get Iowa. I'll never be back. You understand that, Kim? I will say this, there has never been a president has done more for farmers and ranchers, for the Farm Belt, for Iowa. There's never been a president that's even come close to what I've done. And I will say that, and I'll say it loud and clear. I'll say that loud and clear. From Cambridge to Council Bluffs, from Cedar Rapids to Rock Rapids, from Davenport to right here in Des Moines, we stand on the shoulders of Iowa patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We inherit the legacy of American heroes. Just nobody has anything more than what you have. So much. Look at yourselves and look where you've come. Look even in the world of politics. Iowa. It's Iowa. And by the way, as long as I'm here, Iowa, and I made this pledge to you 4 years ago, Iowa will always come first in the rotation. You know what that means, right? There's a lot of pressure. Let's put them back. I said, no, you're not putting them back. You know why? Because that's called the opposite of cancel culture. That's called a great American tradition. Iowa will always be #1, okay? You can forget it. We inherit the legacy of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and landed our brave American astronauts on the face of the moon. So much you've done. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Because we are one movement. We are one people and one family. We are one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Iowa, We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump wrapping up in Des Moines, Iowa. Good evening. I'm Joe Seals, live here from Auburn, Alabama, in the Right Side studio. We have much more coming tonight from our correspondent, Mike Magnificent, and also special guest host, Brick Suit Guy. They've done a great job today. Want to thank all of you for tuning in. Once again, we beat the mainstream media and YouTube. That's all thanks to you, the viewer. We are going to be so busy over the next 3 weeks, really, but tomorrow we're going to be in Greenville, North Carolina. It's an early start tomorrow, so this will be the only one this week that is going to be an early start, but a 1 p.m. Eastern start in Greenville, North Carolina. And then we will be going back to Florida for a rally in Ocala on Friday, and then another on Friday in Macon, Georgia. The nightcapper on that one's going to be huge there in Macon, and then we'll head after that to Michigan and Wisconsin on Saturday for 2 more. So we are getting so busy. We love it here at RSBN. This is what we are built for. We have been preparing for this moment for the last 4 years, and we thought the coronavirus was going to stop everything, but the president is not going to let the China virus get in the way of his campaigning. It's too important. It's too important right now. This election it literally means everything. We have 20 days to save America, and we want to be on the front lines and bring you every single minute of every single rally. That's what we do. That's why we were built. We pioneered this here at RSBN. You saw the 2 cameras tonight, and so if you like what you see here at RSBN and you want to see more, please consider supporting us, making a donation to our travel fund, because we are a viewer-supported network, very small company. rsbnetwork.com/donate. The best way to help us get to the next one. We have a lot of work to do. And so we're going to send it back to our correspondents in the field, Mike Magnificent and Brick Suit Guy. See you tomorrow from North Carolina. God bless and good night.
Recently sending $10 million to Al Sharpton and others. It started with impeachment, then exploiting the pandemic, followed by violent riots, and now they're threatening violence and packing the court. Patriot Mobile shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid in destruction of America Fund Planned Parenthood. Get the same nationwide service and support a company that loves America, shares your values, and supports our police. Switching is easy. Keep your phone number, bring your own phone, or buy a new one. And they have the best offer yet. Get a free month of service or free phone plus free activation with the offer code RSBN. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN or call their U.S.-based customer service team at 972-PATRIOT. veterans and first responders save even more. So please make the switch today. PatriotMobile.com/RSBN. Again, that's PatriotMobile.com/RSBN or Patriot 972. Now, guys, we are almost entirely viewer funded. I want to tell you about the upcoming events. We've got Greenville, North Carolina tomorrow. Then we got Ocala, Florida, and Macon, Georgia on Friday. Followed on Saturday by Muskegon, Michigan, and Janesville, Wisconsin. They're going to be back to back to back to back up until the election. So your donations go a long way. I want to give a shout out to all of the super chatters out there. We've got Carl Peterson. Carl Peterson said, thank you, RSBN. Best rally coverage on the planet. Safe travels, Patriots. We've also got Brenda Albee. We've got a new member, Van. Thank you, Van. Van said MAGA. Hashtag MAGA. Thank you for your super chat. Jericho Wren said, Trump is a machine. Louisa with the $50 super chat. Thank you, Louisa. God bless you. Thanks to everyone that's tuning in. Now, guys, you can go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. rsbnetwork.com/donate to support us. You can also mail a check directly to our website or to our physical address, 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama. Again, that's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Again, we were joined today. We had the pleasure to be joined today by Mr. Brick Suit himself. And I'm going to let him bring it on home. Tell the audience what you thought of being at President Trump's rally from the Risers. And tell them what we need to do. Tell them what's on the line for this election in 20 days.
Well, you heard the president himself at the end of the rally. We need to mobilize. We need to vote. We need to get our friends out there. We need to get our coworkers out there. We got to vote, and we got to keep pushing to make sure all of our friends have voted as well. Don't just stop with your vote. Get your vote out of the way in person. Get it in the bank, and then help others, because we've got to have a turnout. We can't be silent anymore. We've got to be visible. We've got to be vocal, and we've got to be loud. We've got to bring it home. We can't afford to wait. We can't afford to just let things be undone. And like I said before, don't leave anything on the table. Support the president now, next 20 days, as much as you can. He is out there fighting for us. We've got to fight for him, and we're not going to let him down.
And again, I guess the beginning part of the Patriot Mobile thing got cut off, so I want to repeat it again for those that did not catch the beginning. Patriot Mobile is an American company that shares your values and won't send your hard-earned money to aid the destruction of the United States. Companies like Verizon are doing just that. They're empowering radicals. They gave $10 million to Al Sharpton. So Patriot Mobile, they use the same service just like Verizon and the rest. You get the same nationwide coverage. So support an American company that shares your values and it won't fund leftist radical destruction. You keep your phone number. You can bring your own phone or you can buy a new phone. Just go to patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, patriotmobile.com/RSBN. Again, want to thank every last one of you guys for tuning in, supporting Right Side Broadcasting. We will see you tomorrow in Greenville, North Carolina. God bless you and have a good night.
Hello, Patriots. Father Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. Where can you go for yourself and for others to find information on where the candidates stand on the issues? Votinginfo.org is a website I've set up that leads you to voter guides, voting records, where candidates stand on issues, whom they've endorsed, who endorsed them, and much more. Go to votinginfo.org today and remember to support Right Side Broadcasting.
Hey y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already. Yeah. And we want you to get a copy of it.
That's right.
Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The Awakening of Diamond and Silk.
That's right.
Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN.
That's right.
Why?
Why?
Because they've been here since the beginning. And they will be here to the very end.
That's right.
And guess what, y'all?
What?
We gonna win.
That's right.
You all get out and vote. Vote red. RED. Remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all.
Bye-bye.